All right, welcome everybody. This is Hash Church, season 11, episode 12. And I'm freshly back from Europe via Barcelona, Amsterdam, and Iceland. Back to Vancouver to be sitting in my beautiful office here for the Hash Church of Hash Churches, episode 12, season 11. Super stoked for today. I guess I want to start with, well, let's just go into the chat and make sure everyone's hearing. Yes, yes, they're all hearing. Always a good idea to check with everyone that makes sure your technical difficulties aren't occurring. So wonderful. We've got a bunch of people in the chat room, already 50 plus people. And as always, at the beginning of Hash Church, I am going to shout out our sponsors. Today, I want to announce a fresh new sponsor, one that I'm very happy to have here. I want to really welcome these guys. These guys have been global pioneers since 1993. CANNA supplies cultivators from all over the world with products that would easily align with their growing systems, and there are a lot of growing systems. By continuously looking into plants, growing conditions, and crop-specific needs, CANNA is able to offer not only the right products, but also the technical support that every grower requires to optimize their cultivation. They have three unique R&D facilities globally in the Netherlands, Spain, and Canada. And these are not small facilities. These are serious R&D facilities. CANNA is able to keep track of market developments, and they test all their products and respective growing techniques first before launching to the market. Did you hear that last part? They test all of their products and respective growing techniques first before launching to the market. This is very unique, and we are not seeing this a lot in the world of cannabis. The call to action, you can find them at www.canna.ca, and you can follow them on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook at CANNA Canada Official, and LinkedIn. If you have technical growing questions, which is a pretty cool thing, you can always email the CANNA Canada team at info@canna.ca. That's info at canna.ca. So big shout out to the boys and girls at CANNA. Next up, we've got the Puffcos. Man, Puffco was so amazing in Barcelona recently. They really laced me up. They took care of so many people. They had an incredible booth. So many people were walking around with Puffcos and proxies and pivots. I honestly, it's almost all I hit exclusively, aside from a couple of dabs from Lorenzo from the Terps Army. I was puffing on my Puffco Peak pretty much exclusively. So big thanks to Puffco for sponsoring Hash Church. These guys have revolutionized cannabis culture. They've normalized extracts with their incredible portable devices like the Puffco Peak Pro, the Pivot, and the Proxy, the three I just mentioned. These amazing units deliver top-tier performance and style, making them really favorites in our community. Puffco's unwavering support for all things cannabis keep us lit and united. Check them out. Puffco's got your back. You can check them out at www.puffco.com, and you can check them out on all social medias at Puffco, Puffco. Really just, we're going to talk about Jar Check that I did with Jolly Roger from Puffco at the Barcelona Ego Clash. So we're going to be discussing that, and we're going to be puffing on our Puffcos. So shout out to Puffco. Last but certainly not least, I got to shout myself out. Bubble Bags. We stand out as the premier choice for water hash extraction. And I hope it's no surprise why. We are the original innovators who set the standard for quality and performance. Crafted with durability in mind, these bags come with a lifetime warranty, ensuring you're covered for years of consistent use. The team behind Bubble Bags, that's my team, takes pride in their pioneering legacy, backing every product with unwavering confidence and a commitment to excellence, making us the trusted go-to for enthusiasts and professionals alike seeking top-tier hash extraction results. Bubble Bags is also responsible for Hash Church existing. They're responsible for all of my Facebook accounts existing. Really, Bubble Bags is the fuel that has fueled the Bubble Man and all of the education that I've shared over the last 25 to 30 years. So give us a shout, give us some support. You can check us out and get a discount for Hash Church 15. That's a 15% discount off of the Bubble Bags. And it's true, like Bingo Lombardi says, or sorry, like Tony Bologna says, there is no substitute for Bubble Bags. Don't be fooled by the Bubble Bag dude. You need the Bubble Bag man. Good one, OG Brick. Appreciate that. So I think we've shouted out our sponsors and we want to help them. I do have a few more little things throughout the show I'm going to share in regards to CANNA. They've sent us some videos of some of their facilities. So at one point in time, when it becomes the right time, we'll share some of those videos as well. And in the meantime, let's let Colin in here, Mr. Gung Ho, our first always guy to jump on in the chat. Hope you're doing well, Mr. Vessel Life Science, and hope you had a good couple of weeks while I was away in Barcelona. You there, brother?
I'm here. I just
I hear ya.
had a little thing with my computer here. What's up? How you doing?
Dude, I'm doing really well, man. I'm doing really well. Just freshly back from Spain, got the pipe sitting in the universal heater here and getting ready to start off Hash Church properly with some dabs. Got a new panelist that I've invited in today. He's been chatting with me on Instagram. He's in here right now, the Inventing Room, and I believe, I don't want to misquote, but oh, look at that. He even came in sideways like a hash church noob on his phone.
That's me.
Came in sideways. How's it going, bro? See if you can fix that shit up.
Okay, let me fix
Computers
it.
are ideal. Phones are so hard because they're hard to find. There you go. You might be able to get it sideways and make it so you're not like because Colin and I are like this and you're kind of like this. You might be able
Okay.
to figure that out, but no big deal if you can't. And fucking welcome to Hash Church, Jacob. Jacob's been watching Hash Church for the last 10 plus years from
Sure.
countless labs around the US. And yesterday he was like, dude, I want to come on Hash Church. And I was like, well, fuck, I want to have you on Hash Church, dude. How you doing?
Very good, man. Thank you for having me on, brother. It's a real pleasure. I appreciate it.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Well, why don't you tell our viewers who you are, what you're doing. Some might know you already from Instagram, but give us a little breakdown.
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Jacob. I'm the CEO and owner of the first state licensed solventless company in Arizona, the Inventing Room. Really, really excited about that. I always say Arizona's a little late to the party, but we learn in the time it takes us to get there. We have a really, really tight knit community out there. Really, really got a lot of great people in a lot of great areas. I'm very blessed to be able to work with a lot of great people out here. We're not yet single source, so I get to utilize a lot of different gardens and work with a lot of different farmers and teams like that. So that's always a blessing. And we are going on about 4.5 years now. So we've been going for a while. Our first week into the industry, it went wreck. So that was a really exciting surprise. So it was things kicked off very quickly. We started in the pandemic. I've been running labs in Arizona for about 10 years or so, unprofessionally washing for about 5 or 6 years on top of that. Hash has just always been a big passion of mine. I was led the team that was one of the first people to bring full melt hash to the Arizona market. Was actually that same team was the first to release live hash rosin. So always just trying to be at the cutting edge and trying to be in the place where we can get our community caught up and kind of join the solventless community. So.
Fuck yeah, dude. Well, I love it. I love your shirt too. Fucking
Oh,
good
hell
for
yeah.
you.
Thanks, man. Yeah. Love it.
I was in the Arizona market, not Bubble Man brand, but as a consultant, I kind of got a little piece of a company. They didn't really pull it off, as often is the case. Um, so I'm not in Arizona anymore, but I definitely see you guys doing good things. And who knows, maybe there'll be a collaboration one day with the Inventing Room and Bubble Man brand in Arizona.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'd absolutely love that. That's just like every state, there's some guys who just can't quite get it figured out. That's no disrespect to them. Sometimes just money doesn't allow it. There's a lot of other limiting factors. For us, we just put the hash first, we put the community first. We're really in a blessed place where we don't have any limiting overhead. We don't have anybody telling us about stock prices. We're not limited by anything other than what we should be, which is just the quality of what we produce. We're always trying to raise that quality, always trying to raise the standard. We're not the only ones out here in Arizona doing great work. There's some incredible hash makers out here doing some great stuff. Collaboration, admittedly, is a little harder to do out here than in some states, most particularly because a lot of those hash makers kind of work for other people and other brands, and they may not want to do that as much. But we love collaborating with who we can. If we see a buddy of ours get a new grow up and running, we're going to try out his fresh frozen. If we see a new retailer, we're going to try to give them as much sales as we can. We're all about being flexible and working, and I think that's what's gotten us this far on the market so far.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I actually worked with a group called Sonoran Roots. They definitely had no problems when it came with to money.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the hash making group, there was just at least one person in there that just kind of decided he was going to be the hash making consultant, and he just kind of tanked the whole thing. Imagine having Bubble Man on your company as your consultant, but you don't think listening to him is a good idea. So he reaped what he sowed, and now he no longer has a hash making company in Arizona. So that's too bad. I won't, of course, call him out by name, but I will say, dude, next time just fucking listen, bro.
Yeah, I've definitely been in similar situations where the culture and understanding of hash on a deeper and more spiritual level, it's not really acknowledged in an Arizona business statute,
True.
unfortunately. It really comes down to seniority. I've literally had consultants look at my boss at the time and being like, hey, this guy's literally telling you exactly what is correct, but and my boss flat out told us both of us, I won't hear it unless it's coming from your mouth. So just a lot of ego, just a lot of displaced anger and things like that. That exists in every community, every industry, all around the world. So we're just lucky to keep our morals high, put our best foot forward, try not to burn any bridges or shit on anyone. And those exact conversations is actually what led me to do the inventing room. I always say the hash maker in Arizona is so limited. They all have these big goals and ideas, and the smart companies are the ones who really let those guys become the face and really let them popularize what they're doing. And that's what's the main goal. If you let people in, they get excited. But a lot of that is changing slowly. Like I said, there's some great people out here really doing that. We're certainly not the only ones, but it's far and few in between, unfortunately. So we're definitely against that corporate giant. But for the first time ever in Arizona market, I will give it that credit. I'm very proud to say it. Being on this side, talking with the purchasing managers, trying to get product where it needs to go on the shelves. It's the first time I've ever heard consistently from multiple people that they're saying, for the first time, these are corporate people, by the way, they're like, for the first time, we're really starting to look at this as if we really need to start getting better stuff. We really can't just get a lot of cheap stuff. And I'm sitting here like, hey, well, finally, no, duh, but that's really, like I said, it takes us a long time to kind of get right here in Arizona, but we're learning, and people like myself and others are trying to trailblaze that path to get us caught up a little faster than the corporate people would allow us to.
Well, it's not just, there's always been this division, especially since legalization, between this sort of corporate, the roots and the suits, if you will,
Right,
really,
right.
the roots and the suits. That being said, you know, obviously there's a place for corporations in this world because I'm sure you, myself, and Colin right now might not be wearing clothes. We might not be on these computers or our phones. Might not be able to drive our cars. We might not be able to go grocery shopping. So we do have a strange thing with cannabis where it's kind of like we can't allow any large scale corporate entities. It's like, no, 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 no. We can. We just want to turn them on to better ways of doing things. Things are
Exactly.
scalable. You can grow cannabis by the field and grow exceptional cannabis. This is a fact.
100%.
You can go on a larger scale. You can make hash on a larger scale. When I first made the bags, I had a 5 gallon kit and everyone was loving them. And it was years and years. And then I came out with these 20 gallon bags and people were like, oh, yeah, man, that's too big. You're going to
Right,
lose your quality. This was before hash makers understood that we aren't responsible for quality. We're actually
right, right.
responsible for purity. And if quality happens to be there, then it peeks out its little head and we unveil quality through purity. That's what hash makers do. And so it has nothing to do with quality as much as that's really the grow and the genetics. So I'm always kind of, pulled in these both ways. Like part of me loves the idea of just being like a small time single source hash maker. And I love that we have those. And I think we need tens of thousands of those, if not more, hundreds of thousands of them worldwide. At the same time, the majority of people will always get their things from larger companies. Just like I mentioned, all of our clothes, our hats, like even these hash companies that are claiming, single source and this and that. We don't want to get too big. They order their swag from China, from a
Right,
giant
right,
corporate company, and then they wear
right, right.
hats from China and shirts. And so it's just this, of course, we have a little bit of hypocrisy as we are humans, and there's always hypocrisy in everything that we do. I also kind of like to be the voice, and I always hear Skunkman Sam. It was Skunkman Sam that really opened my mind to the fact that because I was on the other side of it. I was kind of like, well, dude, like, you can't just grow hectares of weed. It's going to lose. And he was like, of course you can. Why can't you? Why can't you grow hectares of weed and allow it to be great quality? And I was just kind of like, Because I don't know
You're right,
how. And he's
right,
like,
right,
exactly. He's like, thank you for being honest because you don't
yeah,
know how. And what we love to do in this world is we love to project our limitations onto others. And when you see someone projecting their limitations onto you, the best bet is to just avoid it at all costs, move forward because there's going to be people that are very happy with growing a small garden and making beautiful quality hash and getting it
right,
out to the 100 people that they sell to, maybe the 1,000 people that they sell to. But then there's others who are going to grow cannabis on a scale and make hash. And I really hope that the integrity of that eventually, because today we know it is, the integrity of that
right.
is affected. And that's why we are on that side of the argument saying, no, but look, just because those companies are limited in their ability to execute scale does not mean that scale is impossible
Oh,
to
100%.
execute.
No,
And so
definitely.
I think guys like yourself and Colin and myself and a lot of the guys that came up in this from the small getting into the larger, I mean it's certainly not an easy game turning people on. I mean my goodness, it is difficult. The
Right,
whole sort of, here we are selling a volatile product. And the first thing that the CEOs and the CFOs and all of the sort of corporate people want us to do is they want to stabilize the product. And the
right,
product by nature is volatile. And so you have this very, very difficult right off the bat, like, how are we going to stabilize a volatile product? Well, from my perspective, we aren't. We will not be able to stabilize a volatile product. What we will be
right,
able to do is we will be able to involve a cold supply chain that will appear to stabilize the product, very much like how emulsification of cannabinoids appears to make the cannabinoids soluble when in reality they are not soluble whatsoever. They are micro dispersed into the liquid, and
right.
that's the real trick. And I think that's sort of the metaphor for the cannabis industry. I'm just excited. I do want to mention, because I should have mentioned this before we got into the conversation, the founder of 420 UK has passed away recently. His name was Jules. This guy disseminated knowledge throughout the UK. He kept many people informed and updated. He was a beautiful soul who works with many outstanding breeders, maintaining old strains such as UK cheese. Literally millions of posts, tens of thousands of members. Jules was and is loved. These are the words of Persephone Lux that I am reading. These are not my words. I want to give her a shout out as her husband was good friends with Jules in the UK. And as the cannabis and hash community, of course, we mourn for Jules's family and all the wonderful people that he supported over the years. Anything you guys can do for their family, please do so. If you want to go support 420 UK, go check them out. And yeah, I just wanted to definitely mention that Jules has passed away quite suddenly at a very young age of 58 years old. I'm 52 in 8 days. I turned 52 in 8 days. I guess the next Hash Church is the day before my birthday. Maybe we'll have a
Oh,
little birthday party for the Bubble Man next weekend. We'll see what happens. So, shout out to Jules for all the great work. So many great people over the years have brought this information and knowledge. And if you look at the information and knowledge, it used to be very small. We'd get it from High Times
right,
magazine. If you look at the information, why can we scale the information, right? And build these huge sites and get the information out to millions instead of hundreds, but we can't scale hash production and cannabis growing? That's a question to think about, isn't it? Oh, we can. We can scale cannabis and hash growing. So if you're out there in the world and you're attempting to grow better cannabis on a larger scale, don't let the limiters limit you. Don't let what they can't do limit you. Give it a shot. Go out there, make some mistakes, fuck up a crop or two. It is farming after all, and maybe make some mistakes that lead you to the pathway. It's really such a shame that we've lost Skunk Man Sam because all of that information was just sitting in that big old head of his. And I'll always be a little bit overwhelmed at the thought of my dear friend no longer being here. I did have a wonderful celebration of life for Sam. We did with his wife and his granddaughter and one of his daughters. His other daughter was in South Africa, but she was live on the Zoom. I will post that up as a premiere if you guys want to watch that celebration. I believe I put it up on Tuesday at 4:20 PST. So anyone that wants to come and be in the chat, we'll all be sort of talking about it. It was really lovely. His granddaughter, Sienna, had a beautiful little speech about all the different things she learned from him. And then, of course, Doug from the Hoodlum Jacket Company and TH Seeds, ex-partner of Adam Dunn. He came on and spoke eloquently. Robert Lee came on and spoke eloquently. Ryan Lee, Chimera, spoke as well. Soma wrote some poems for David that were quite beautiful, and I myself said a few words as well. In between, breaking down, much like the Italian woman at the funeral, the grandma who falls on the casket and she's all dressed in black. That was me, and I just couldn't hold back my emotion. He's a dear friend. I'll love him forever, and I'll miss him forever, and I'll carry him with me on my shoulder because I sure spent enough time standing on his shoulders. So I'll carry him on my shoulders for certain. What are you guys puffing on? Should we have a little puffy puff?
Yeah, brother. Let me get I gotta get my jars. Be right back.
Dude, this guy comes
Yeah.
on Hash Church without his jars. Fucking we're all rookies. We do not know how to party. Right? Remember that, Colin?
Let me go get my jars too.
Oh, another
Yeah.
rookie.
Yep.
Amateur.
Yep.
No, listen.
Jubilee.
Listen,
Listen,
I got
Jacob.
all my rigs here. I got my mothership. I got my,
Right, without your jars, you don't know how to party.
Yeah.
So Jacob, there was a troll that we had, and I don't know if he was actually a troll or a genius, but he was
Okay.
sending me emails last week or the week before, and they were fucking brilliant. Like they were so good. They were like, "You guys, you don't even inject mushrooms into your bloodstream."
Oh
And he
my
was
goodness.
like, "No, it was really quite something." At first, it seemed like he was a troll, but towards the end of it, I was like, "This guy might be like a brilliant comedian." He sent me two or three emails, and it was all basically how we're all noobs, we're all amateurs on Hash Church, we're like
Right.
we don't know how to party. I mean, it was so fucking funny, dude, that I think I read all of his emails on last week's or the weeks before Hash Church. So yeah, pretty funny. Yeah, that guy, DJS, that guy. So anyway, I got a little, I think it's black cherry punch. I don't even know. It's a little rosin from my homie Dan Heaton, and it's just got a beautiful, wonderful, flavorful smell. And every time I go to puff this, my buddy Dutch Groan just pops out of nowhere. He just fucking like pop. There he is. Look at that. Look at that. I was just about to puff it, and here you are with your fucking red toque and your fucking Minnesota accent. How you doing,
Oh,
eh?
well, pretty good, don't you know?
Well, it's funny when they make fun of the Minnesota accent, eh? It's like the Canadian accent.
They don't like that, you know. They don't like that one bit.
They don't like that. Do you know Dutch Rutherford Jacob from he did the regenerative conferences. Jacob is the inventing room in Arizona. Dutch just moved from the West to Minnesota, like a super random, like, wow. And he's
Oh,
kind
heck
of
yeah.
picking it up. He's doing it up. He's representing in Minnesota. He's gonna fucking change Minnesota, let me tell you,
Hell
dude.
yeah. They need it, man, for sure. I got some buddies out in the Twin Cities, so they will appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll hook him up
Yeah,
with Dutch.
yeah,
Yeah,
for
for
sure.
sure.
I'm about 40 minutes from the Twin Cities.
Okay, cool. Right on, man. I love it.
So
Give me
Josh,
a second. I'm gonna go grab some jars real quick.
Yeah,
Good
dude.
morning, Colin. How you doing?
good bro. It's good to see your face. We
You
were
too.
we were just texting back and forth. I'll
Yeah. So look, check this out. This picture popped up right as I was logging in, and this is from my first rec grow. When I bought the license, I had to buy it from some dude, and I had parceled out my library of, at the time, probably 60, 70 plants to 4 or 5 different people, hoping that one of them would come through and return my plants to me. And so this is a picture of what that was. I had purchased it on this other dude's land, brought in all these plants, and got them flowering, and ran a quick cycle before I was able to transfer it up to my farm. But this was kind of back in the day when you felt a little black marky and gangster, and I was like, able to pull some shit off, and it represents like a good old fashioned effort that came through to me.
Metric days, man. Yeah.
Yeah, pre-metric days, right? I mean, this was in metric, but you had to do the get it out and then work with people to get it in, and oh my gosh. So
Yeah. It's funny because like I can't even believe we use those terms now. It's like pre-metric or pre-track, track and trace. I don't even know what to call it. It's like none of it even like even now that we have to do it, it's like there's a lot of holes in all of it. But
there
you know,
is, dude, and like I was just listening to a show. This is probably totally off base, but listen to a show and folks were talking about enforcement, and because they had gone through licensure and in quotes put the work in, that they should be entitled to have enforcement on the black market. And it was just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what the fuck?
like
You know what I mean? You like, and you're looking at someone that's like a dude like us, just like us, and they're like just so confused in their head. I'm like, you can't go there. You can't go there. They were. I may misquote this, but they were saying that Normal was kind of leaning towards that area of line of thinking, and I'm just like, this is not okay, guys. Like, we need to remember that this plant changes our minds, it changes our perspective, and it for the better. And the more people that can touch it, like it's not a
Listen,
threat to my pocketbook.
listen, the black market is what brought legal cannabis to the world. Without the black market, without the people fighting for cannabis and keeping it alive, um, and even, honestly, even the people who are the profiteers, who are simply in it for profiting, they still inadvertently made cannabis accessible, kept genetics alive. And so even the ones that maybe would leave, and honestly, like, I don't know, how like self-righteous are we? Like, oh, if you didn't grow cannabis for patients, then you're a piece of shit. It's like, well, I don't know, man. Like if you kept cannabis alive, and I got this perspective from Wendy Turner, Colton's mother. And I remember her like just being like, "Well, you're just such a like Midwest American mom. You're like the epitome of Joe Strady. Like, what do you think of all these kind of wild freaks that like have been growing cannabis all these years?" And she was just like, "Listen, they're my heroes. They're my heroes. They kept the plant alive so that when Colton came along and needed it, it was available to him. And no corporation did that, and no large company or government did that. It was individual people who were doing that and keeping it all alive. And yes, for whatever reason, if your reason was the righteousness of helping people, if your reason, here's the thing, even if your reason is straight up profiteering and all you're trying to do is make cannabis accessible to people and just become the richest dealer that you can become, you still inevitably do God's work. You're still inevitably supplying cannabis to the world. People are
Bro,
using it preventatively, which is medicinally.
in Washington, this funny thing happened because I had a rec license there for almost 10 years. And I was also working in the hemp line, just kind of working all the lines. And what I had noticed was some of the cultivars that had gone out of touch or out of reach in the black market world were totally accessible in the legal market world, were these folks that maybe didn't even understand their value. Like there's grape ape running around in Washington. You can go buy grape ape weed, and there's a number of people that have grape ape, and there's tons of people that would pay a lot of money to get a verified cut of grape ape.
For
And
sure.
it's like I even came across a pink lemonade cut right out of a rack. The guy didn't even know what he had. He's like, I think this one's pink lemonade. I'm like, well, I'll take it. I'll try it out. Grew it up. It was the fucking pink lemonade. It was the real fucking deal. He didn't know what he had, and so like I think that there's something to that concept Michael Pollan threw out there that, who are we working for? Whether we like it or not, even if we are profiteering, this plant will sort of make us bend our will to it, to its will.
Dude, I love that you bombed out Michael Pollan, dude. Like Michael Pollan, for those of you that don't know, The Botany of Desire, if you're not into reading, there's a documentary. I personally would read the book. The How to Change Your Mind, his psychedelic book, and one of my favorites, The Omnivore's Dilemma, where he
I think it was an
introduces you.
omnivore's dilemma where he hit that.
Yeah, that's my favorite one, dude. That's where you get introduced to Joel Salatin, the lunatic farmer, and just the such an incredible author, the most unbiased, like beautiful, like writing about diet and food without any bias whatsoever. It's the opposite of talking to a militant vegan. Like it was refreshing, and I have nothing against veganism. I just don't like when it's this one particular. It's like we're all different. Just like one particular cultivar. I'm going to write a book and tell everyone why it has to be the Ghost Train Haze. And if they smoke anything else,
You're
they're
wrong.
they're they're, they're rookie amateur people who don't know how to party.
I was
Welcome,
just gonna
Etienne Fontaine. You were just going to say it, Jacob?
yeah, yeah, you don't know how to party.
I love it, man. Yeah. Oh, there you go. PK Brewer says Poland does narrate the documentary almost word for word of his book. Almost word for word. The book always has more. Remember that. The book always has more. How you doing, Etienne? It was amazing to see you in Barcelona, dude. I got off my motorcycle. Thankfully, I had taken off my helmet because I don't always when it's like a bit rainy. And I was walking, I was at least 50 plus feet away, right about to go around the corner of some cars and stuff. And I hear this, well, shit, I think it was Bubble Man. I think he screamed Bubble Man. And I was like, kind of looked around, and lo and behold, there's Etienne, fresh out of the van with his crew of activists, fucking Myrtle in the house, like all these amazing activists that literally just got back from Austria, if I am correct, speaking to like the United Nations. Is that right? Or
Yep. Yep.
okay,
Well,
okay. I didn't want to fuck
Yeah,
that up.
we're lobbying for world change because they're still executing people for cannabis. So me, Myrtle, Michael Crowitz, Amy, Farid, amongst others. The Cannabis Embassy was representing 26 individuals from 13 different countries showed up. And yeah, we basically went at world leaders, talking to them specifically and educating them about cannabis. We had a 10 by 10 booth educating them. We had hemp products, we had hemp bricks, we had hemp plastics, and we were just throwing it into their hands at every given fucking moment to say, hey, this is cannabis, this is hemp. And, it's one thing to see, and read about it. It's another thing to have it in your hand. And that tool was exponentially awesome. Quite a few countries were very interested in the hemp bricks, of course, which are made from lime, probiotics, hemp herds, and water. And there's bridges 1,500 years old made from this. Um, that still exist. So, seeing countries like Namibia and Ethiopia and others come up and engage us that are looking for new building materials. And of course, you make these hemp bricks, they also are fireproof, which is something we need in California. Because I live in California and we just dealt with a whole bunch of forest fires and fires down in southern, California that wiped out entire towns, villages, etc. So, looking to the past to look to the future, but educating world leaders. Unfortunately, my country got its head so far up its ass. It led to further problems, but didn't stop us. But it was also nice to kind of take a breaker, go to Spanibus, hang out with you and others. Got to meet Brian Brox Brown, who does Legalization Nation, which is a yeah, cartoon, etc. at La Crema. And yeah, had a great time. It was great seeing you, Bubble Man. We didn't spend as much time together as we could have, but it's the craziness of Spanibus and the last Spanibus, which was, of course, its own um,
The
morning
last
in
Spanibus in Barcelona.
in Barcelona. But
It's a big deal. It's a big deal.
it's a big deal, considering that, I first went there in 2010 with Berkeley Patients Group and
Hmm.
actually set up and talked to people and ran into Mila and to see the Spanish scene and how it has grown, over the past 15 years has been, exponentially awesome and a credit to, the EU people moving to Spain and making Spain happen. Now, I just wish the country of Spain would get itself together and legitimize the rest of the realities that's happening. But, that's for the Spanish people to do. As you stated, we're working at the world level because even last year, while we were meeting, 3 people were executed just for discussing a drug deal. They didn't even touch the cannabis. Okay. So this is what we're
Where was
trying to stop.
this?
Singapore.
Okay, so this was the question I wanted to get into. I'm going to quickly welcome Samantha Sensi, who just popped into the room because I don't want to be rude, and it's always nice to acknowledge new folks. So we will talk to you very quickly, but I want to quickly ask Etienne because I think this is fairly important, and I'm pretty sure I probably know. But big fight, obviously, fighting the execution of cannabis prisoners. That is so fucking mental to say that while I sit in Canada with a license to keep 10 pounds of anything I want, including hash, at my house safely. License to grow federally 100 plants, but someone is talking about a drug, just in a room talking about a drug deal, and they get executed. Let's name off every country that you know, Etienne, that is currently executing people for cannabis crimes, because I think everyone should have that list at the top of their mind. And personally, as a cannabis user, because I did have a friend who went through Abu Dhabi on his way to Spannabis, and I told him, like, be careful, dude. Like, those countries, if they take your blood and they find cannabis in your blood, they can potentially imprison you and maybe execute you. You can fix that if it's wrong, Etienne. But please, the top countries that are executing people for cannabis right now. Oh, you're muted, Etienne. Oh, he's still muted.
Sorry, of
There he
course,
is.
Singapore, China. Hold on one second. We know for sure, specifically Shanghai, because of the situation pardon me, Singapore, that happened last year. And again, it was 3 people who were executed specifically. Of course, China, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Malaysia. Um, those are the specific big wigs that are executing people. Um, yeah, possession of more than 500 grams in Singapore, executionable. China will execute foreign nationals for drug trafficking offenses encompassing cannabis. Iran, despite recent reforms reducing executions for certain drug offenses, trafficking significant amounts of cannabis can still lead to capital punishment. And Malaysia, where there have been discussions about abolishing the death penalty, it remains a legal punishment for cannabis trafficking. Other countries, the UAE, Indonesia, Kuwait, and Egypt. So these are serious countries you need to realize if you travel through and abroad. And as Marcus said, they can pull your blood. And if there's THC in your blood, you know, worst case scenario is on the list. So my friends and I at the Cannabis Embassy, and I'm very thankful to be working with such very competent activists from around the world. That's what we're working to and towards by 2030 is that goal. Since we got medical cannabis legal in December of 2020, it's still a lot of work, people. So showing up, being there, the United Nations would not let us have hemp plants, which are legal in Austria. They would not let us have them to display inside our cannabis booth because they felt uncomfortable. The United Nations,
Should have given him a
uncomfortable.
big old dab of some sativa rosin. That would have made him feel uncomfortable. Woo!
Whoop, whoop, whoop. But we protested outside. We had the plants. We could not go on the stairs, and we passed out literature. And Fareed and I and our friend from Brazil, Paulo Tyson, we passed out literature, educated people. They came over, took pictures with the plants, and then the plants were planted somewhere around Vienna because that's legal to do as long as they're not flowered. So we're just doing what we can with our voices to step outside of our comfortability and going and lobbying the world, being insulted, treated like shit, but challenging them specifically on cannabis. It's hard work. It's not easy, people. You better be prepared. You better have a fucking thick skin. It's not easy because these people really enjoy executing people, and they're serving you coffee at the UN while telling you about how they're executing people for cannabis proudly.
Holy
So
shit.
yeah, this
That's
is the
mental.
reality that, we all enjoy sitting around and smoking, but this is the reality. People are still being killed around the world for what you're doing right now. And so we
Jesus
feel
Christ. It honestly makes me feel terrible about my privilege and entitlement, because I've just been fighting for cannabis for so long, but fighting for the people. I was always impressed with Hillary because I thought she chose the most vulnerable segment of society to serve, which was, of course, the terminally ill, the homeless, the mentally ill, and the drug addicted. Usually all four in one person. And I thought that's got to be the most vulnerable. But then you think, maybe not. Maybe the people who are facing the death penalty are actually the most vulnerable people. That is so insane, Etienne, that I don't know why I haven't heard it the way I heard it today. But yeah, anything we can do, let us know because I'd like to get the bubble ambassadors out there, the Hash Church congregation, if you will, to help out with this. And who would you rather help in the world right now? Like people are facing the death penalty for talking about a weed deal in Malaysia or Singapore, sorry. Singapore. Oh my
It's
goodness.
it's mind-numbingly madness when you think about it, and considering we sit here with our great privilege that we've all fought for it within our countries to have our legal rights. You have a legal business, I have a legal business. You know what I'm saying? So we have pushed those boundaries. What I do by 9 a.m., I could be executed for, depending on what country I'm in. That to me is absolute insanity peppers on a level that I could not comprehend. And when I realized it, and then I had a chance to lend my voice to it to change it, it's kind of become my calling, in the sense that I felt the calling here to change it in America. I did. I'm very proud of what I've done, but I can't sit and rest on those laurels knowing that people are being executed for what I do every fucking day. It just doesn't sit right in my soul. So I'll do what I can until I'm dead.
Well, I appreciate that. And I hope that you'll be able to let us know how we can get the Hash Church congregation and panelists involved in helping do something every week. We just have to
We'll,
figure it out. I mean, this is mental.
we
By
meet
the
with
way, Singapore is in Malaysia.
we will meet further as the Cannabis Embassy, and we will engage, and we will bring forward to Hash Church with a suggested idea, as well as thank you for the offer to do a Hash Church specifically on the Cannabis Embassy, so we can make you all aware of the work that we are doing at the international level. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Etienne. That was heavy. We're definitely going to do that Hash Church. Samantha Sensi, welcome. Please let
Hey
everyone
there.
know a little bit about yourself here, your first time on Hash Church. And thank you for balancing a little bit of this male energy.
I've heard a lot about it. I actually have to run to go water real quick, but I have a small little not micro, but small craft grow in Massachusetts, the Fresh Connection. I'm the co-founder and co-owner of the company. It's myself, my brother, and then we have a third partner, Zach, who has like 35, 40 years experience growing and making hash. And I learned from his mom. She's like an Oregon Country Fair hippie. And so he learned from her and then from a bunch of Hells Angels. So he had a bunch of influences. And then I've been working with him for about a decade and basically was looking for someone in Oregon, where I lived for the past 15 years, who could make the jump to Massachusetts because there's just like so much stuff, you know. But it's like I've been growing for about a decade straight, but I grew my first plant like 20 years ago. And yeah, 2006. So a while. And it's been quite the journey. So thanks for having me on. I've heard a lot about Hash Church and just excited to meet you guys. Shout out Colin. And I don't think that Jen's on here right now, but she told me to
Not
come
yet.
on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jen Doe. She said she was going to come on today as well. So welcome. I love the fact that you have to leave right away for a bit to go water your plants. That's
It
gangster.
goes quick. It's all automated, but somebody's got to go down there and just make sure that stuff isn't plugged. You know how it is. If one
I
plant
do.
doesn't get watered, you get less yield, or the plant could die, or whatever. So yeah, just got to make sure they're all balanced down there. And
Not to
that's
mention the vibration of the plant. It can't feel good to the other plants to just be all healthy and be like, "Oh shit, look at Bob. He's not doing so good. Oh my God, Bob's dying."
yeah, exactly.
Just
There's
right
that
next to
too.
you. It's like, "Oh my God, Bob's touching me while he's dying. Get off me, Bob." Don't pass especially once a plant gets sick in a grow room, like it's one thing to get a less of a yield, but how about now the frequency of that plant is as such that bugs see it more readily. powdery mildews, all sorts of these intelligence that we often attribute to a fungi, but not to bacteria and all the other things that can occur. These are intelligences. And the way
Yeah.
nature is programmed is the lion does not go eat the healthy male wildebeest. It goes and eats the weakest, the sickest, and the eldest. And that's what it sees because it knows I only have so many times to exert energy before I myself will perish. So I can't take 8 different tries of the healthiest wildebeest. I have to make sure I get something the first 2 or 3 tries. And that is literally the program of nature. And that is the program of insects with plants. I've seen it time and time again. You let one plant, they become vectors, right? If one little plug
Exactly.
happens, the plant's not getting water. Now it's a vector.
Yeah, there's plenty of that. But I want to shout out to you, Samantha, you and your brother. We met when your space was just a raw space. I mean, I saw that thing from its darkest moments to its brightest light, and it's really cool to see, you guys do what you've done, and it's cool. It's great. It's like what I think craft cannabis should be, and quite frankly, what I was doing in the state was not at scale, like we talked about, Marcus, not what I was wanted to focus on. And I think, what we're starting to see throughout the industry is that many participation at that particular scale that you guys are at, the more of those that exist, the better and the fresher the product that gets to market, and that's something that I think really resonates as I reset and come back to what I'm doing in New York. It's great to have square footage, but it's also great to be really focused. And Samantha's really done it well. So kudos to
Thank
you.
you. I gotta head out. I'll be right back. 10
Cool.
minutes.
We'll see you soon. I want to welcome Dr. Mark. I know he's making a flight today and only has a short time. So let's talk chemistry, motherfucker.
Get into it.
Any chemistry questions?
There's always chemistry questions. What's happening in my brain when I'm eating LSD? Like, seriously. And Trey is like smashing out the craziest riff off of like, I don't know, whatever your favorite Trey song is. What's happening? I'm joking. How you doing, Mark?
Doing well, doing well. Yeah, getting ready to go to California for the week. So
Nice. You going
yeah,
over to do some consulting?
actually, I'm speaking at the American Chemical Society's national meeting in San Diego on Tuesday.
Cool. Tell us about that.
Well, I'm doing research on making some new cannabinoids. So, we talked about hydrogenation before on Hash Church. So, we were the people who first made HHCA, which is hexahydrocannabinolic acid, which is what you get when you hydrogenate THCA. And so when you do that, you make 2 isomers. You make an R isomer and you make an S isomer. So, my research is more on the medical side, less on the, consumption side. So it's just trying to find. So what Meshulam showed, so HHC, if we back up to HHC, so HHC was the first synthetic cannabinoid, right? And that was made by Roger Adams. He reported it back in 1940. So right around the time of World War II, these guys were making, while they isolated CBD from Minnesota wild hemp in the late 30s. And then from that, they started doing chemistry on the phytocannabinoids. And one of the chemistries that he did was he showed he could take CBD, which he isolated from hemp, and converted it over to THC. So he then hydrogenated that material. So he was the first one to make HHC, which is hydrogenated THC. And when you do that, you make an R and an S isomer because the hydrogenation can happen from either side of the molecule. If it happens from the top, it makes the R isomer. If it happens from the bottom, it makes the S, or vice versa, something like that. So what Meshulam showed is he separated the two, and in 1971 reported a paper that showed that the RHHC 9R isomer was more active than the 9S isomer. So, it's kind of known that that's kind of like a better configuration for the molecule to fit into the CB1 receptor. So when you do the molecular modeling, you could show that the R isomer kind of just makes a better lock and key fit. Well, what we've been finding with HHCA, so when you hydrogenate THCA, you make HHCA, we're finding that the S isomer is more active. And it's very intriguing because the literature would point us in the other direction that the R isomer would be more active, but we're finding that the S isomer is more active. So that's kind of cool. So we're going to present some of those results for the first time. And the other new thing that we did is we hydrofluorinated the cannabinoids. We hydrofluorinated HHCA that makes 9-fluoro HHCA, or we hydrofluorinated THCA rather. We hydrofluorinated THC, it makes 9-fluoro THC, which are new molecules that have never been made before. So we're testing those alongside the hydrogenated compounds and seeing what the difference is of adding hydrogen across those double bonds versus hydrogen fluoride. Hydrogen fluoride's a really nasty reagent. You shouldn't be working with it in your typical labs, but I'm a chemist, so don't try this at home. We know how
Oh,
to deal
trust
with
me, I
it.
won't. So is this like different or the same as some of these synthetic cannabinoids that are like sold as spice and just like destroy people? You see these insane videos of people hitting it in prison and just like
Well,
losing their fucking minds.
yeah, those synthetic cannabinoids do not resemble the phytocannabinoids, right, at all. So phytocannabinoids are from the cannabis plant. Our approach is to make derivatives of the phytocannabinoids and look to see if we can modulate their therapeutic use by doing chemical transformations on the phytocannabinoids themselves, because phytocannabinoids like THC and CBD are reactive. So to organic chemists like me, it's like, oh, wow, they're reactive and they're biologically active. Let's take advantage of that reactivity and see if we can, make them last longer, make them more effective. See if you
So
could come up with structural analogs that are actually more effective than the phytocannabinoids themselves.
do you yourself follow, say, the school of Sasha Shulgin with the bioassay of the substances that you're like, is someone taking these and then being like, oh my God, it's wild? Like, or is it just really sort of theoretical paper, oh, the bonds, the lock and key, this is what this, or is someone like, there must be someone on some fish lot somewhere who's willing to eat this stuff, no?
Well, HHCA, I definitely tried it. I was just interested, in what the hydrogenation did to THCA. And so when I first made some, we just took some high THCA extract, BHO basically, and hydrogenated it. So yeah, me and Baroni were all over that shit. We were trying, well, what, what does this do to the high? Well, let's try it and find out. So we put it on the nail and definitely dabbed it. And it certainly is psychoactive. There's no question about it.
You
The
dabbed it
psycho-
with Baroni?
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and the crazy thing was I spoke at, Kevin McKernan's CanMed thing back there in 2017 at Harvard Medical School. So here I am in front of, this illustrious, audience of doctors. And yeah, brought up Shulgin by name and said, well, we did this chemical transformation. Now, what did it do to the molecule? So I'm like, okay, let me try it. And yeah, I think I freaked out half the audience that was in there. I think it was the first time they heard the word dab. It's back in
But
2017.
you gained the respect of the other half of the audience, and
Well, I think
that's the half you should focus on, Dr. Mark.
yeah, no, some people thought I was like kind of like Frankenstein. It's like, oh my God, this guy's like Frankensteining new molecules and trying them. It's like,
Did you break
yeah, I
out a
mean,
torch?
yeah, I mean, definitely, I read Shogun's books. I read one of those books twice. So it was so much fun. You know, so yeah, Sasha was just like one of those people who, said, look, there's structure activity relationships that we could understand, like what chemical transformations and how we're manipulating these molecules and what kind of biological effect they have on us. And I guess his manipulations of those molecules, the tryptamines, were so subtle that our own experiences can basically discern, oh yeah, that's the 4-bromo or that's the 4-chloro, or having some kind of molecular recognition on these molecules just based on the way they make us feel. But yeah, I mean, I'm now I work at a college and I'm educating students, and we're learning how to do synthesis, and we're testing these things in microtiter plates against bacteria and against tumor cell lines. No, we're not really into this for the recreational aspect. It's more about the medical pursuit now.
Makes sense. But still, the bioassay does tell you the pathways. It does let you know
Well,
how it engages
it
with the
tells us
human.
if we're hitting CB1, that's for sure, right? So when you're hitting CB1, I mean, that high that we all feel is basically agonizing your CB1 receptor. So if we're hitting CB1, yeah, it's something that, just taking a dab of it, you could feel. But the thing that I don't feel about these compounds is that, we don't know if they're thermally stable, right? And so when you put fluorine on a molecule, you could thermally exude the hydrogen fluoride back, and it's probably not anything you want to be dragging into your lungs. But fluorine is the most electronegative atom on the periodic table. And so what that means is that it withdraws electron density from anything it's bonded to. It's so electronegative. And so what that does to the shape of the molecule is it contorts the molecule in a weird, what's called stereoelectronic way. So it kind of contorts the shape of the molecule electronically because of the fluorine withdrawing electron density from the rest of the atoms. So it's what medicinal chemists love using fluorine in molecules. You'll see a lot of medicines, a lot of FDA-approved drugs with fluorine in them, because it does, for such a small atom, it exerts a really strong impact on the molecules themselves. So us chemists, we love fluorinated molecules.
Colin
But
has his hand up. He wants to mention something, but before he does, clearly, Dr. Mark, you are not a rookie, lightweight, amateur partier. I'm just going to say that. Go ahead,
no,
Colin.
So Dr. Mark, really fascinating and informative, amazing stuff. So from a toxicology point of view, have you guys run any studies at all with exactly what you just said in mind? Because it seems
no, I
like,
mean we're just testing these things for the first. We just made them like
yeah,
just earlier in the year, and now we're testing them because they're new compounds. We filed for patents just because we can.
yeah,
Whenever you invent a new molecule or you have a new molecule, you could patent that composition of matter, and we did so with HHCA. So we filed for patents, but in order to show utility, you have to show some kind of biological effect. So we've been looking at. I have a colleague who's in my department upstairs, on the third floor of Churay Science Hall at St. Michael's College, where I work. And she's a cellular biologist who studies T cells. And so she raises these leukemic T cells that are basically cancer cells. So we look to see how well we can kill those cells. And what we do see is we see like the 9S HHCA is more active than the 9R at killing those cancer cells. And we don't know why. We're just scratching the surface.
It's because the 9S is full melt and the 9R is mids.
is it perhaps the control is your other T cells, and you're giving it just that one particular, you know,
Yeah, well, we have a positive and we have a negative control. Our negative control is we just use the DMSO that we dissolve the cannabinoids in to look to see if the solvent itself has any effect. And in negative control, we use something called apeticide, which is a known uh, cidal agent for these cells. So that tells us that the cells can be killed, right? And
yeah.
then what we do is we make a tenfold dilution of our solution. So we usually start at like, I don't know, like 100 millimolar. Then we'll do a tenfold dilution of that to make 10 millimolar. Then we'll make 1 millimolar. Then we make 1 micromolar. Then we make 10 micromolar, and so on. And we make all these concentrations. And in the biological assay, what they're doing is they're looking at how many cells are alive or dead in this assay, and they can determine that by something called flow cytometry. So flow cytometry is just a commonly used technique in microbiological labs that look at cell death. So we're able to basically look at what concentration is effective at killing these cells, and to see at what different changes in the molecular structure do we influence what the effective concentration is at killing those cells.
That's
Does that
interesting.
make
So
sense?
yeah, it makes complete sense. It's really control. It's for the audience that essentially what Mark is saying is that he is a very detailed control, and he's doing an experiment that has many variations, and it's well thought out. So the other question I have, the other thought is, how are you administrating that? Is it a topical, or are you using vaporizers and blowing it into a chamber, and these things are hitting it, and how does that work?
No, so these are just cells in a microtiter plate. So it's just administered in the solution in the broth itself that these cells live in. So these cells live in something called a broth. I think this is called LB broth, which stands for something. I forget what it stands for. I'm not the biologist, right? But it's basically an agarose. Agarose is a sugar. It's just basically a median for cells to grow on, and cells will thrive in that median unless they come up against something that's going to kill them. So we're looking to see at what concentration are we effectively killing the cells in the microtiter plate.
So that's really cool. So these are not naturally diverged, just so the audience understands. These are things that you've created and synthesized. That's exactly what
That's right. Yeah. Our group focuses on doing the chemistry. So we do the chemical modification of the compounds, and then we use NMR and mass spec and HPLC to characterize the compounds. And then in my colleague's lab, she does the cellular
Right.
assays to look to see, do we kill these cells or not.
So are the isomers, in your opinion, from going down this not rabbit hole, but this exploring this space and ideology, is there more therapeutic properties to come from this, this kind of thought process and this process that you're going through? Is it, because we focus a lot on, you know, the things we understand from the plant, right? And now what you're doing is kind of, in my opinion, going off and into a world in which is a little bit more experimental, if you will.
Well, if you just look at subtle changes in molecular structure, like just going from THC to THCV, you turn a partial agonist into an inverse antagonist. So, I mean, the way these things work is just the subtlety of the structure itself can affect how they work. In our case, what we're looking to not hit CB1, right? Because a lot of cannabinoid medicines would be more beneficial if they hit some of the other targets. So we're interested in something called PPAR gamma, which is a target for CBD and some of the phytocannabinoids. We think that might actually be a really important target, not only for inflammatory disease, but also for immune disorders like HIV. But we're kind of looking at cancer because we're looking at cells that are abnormal, and if you kill these cells, the potential is that you could basically use that kind of therapy to basically reduce tumors and treat cancer.
And this is
yeah,
like
so it's super
repeatable
exciting
stuff. And this is repeatable, Dr. Mark. This is something that you're working towards to make repeatable results, so patients
well
can benefit.
when Lindsay does these cellular bioassays, she does them in triplicates, right? So if you look at our data, I could show our data. I don't I'll have some data shortly to show. You'll see error bars that's associated with the columns, right? And those error bars represent how tight the statistics in a triplicate run are. So yeah, we run triplicates. If we see something unusual or an anomaly, we'll go back and test that. Just make sure that we understand what we're looking at and try to get the best data we possibly can.
Yeah, really, really amazing work, man. Thanks for sharing that.
Well,
Thanks for
thanks for asking.
Yeah,
yeah,
dude, have a good talk, and definitely, when you come back next week, we'll have a discussion about it, actually. I'm sure it'll be very good.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is, the American Chemical Society has a cannabis chemistry subdivision that we started, I think, 10 years ago now. Yeah. Yeah, it was in 2015 that we first met in Denver. So Kyle Boyer has just been elected chair, and I think we might actually become a full-fledged division ourselves. Right now, we're a subdivision within a division because I think there was still some notion of, oh, why do we need an entire division of the American Chemical Society dedicated to cannabis? But there's like an entire section of the American Chemical Society that's devoted to rubber, and that's because there's this thing called the tire industry, right? So tire industry throws a lot of money at it. Next thing you know, they have their own division. There's cellulose and paper because there's huge cellulose and paper companies, right? Throw a lot of money at it. Next thing you know, you have a division. So cannabis chemistry is super important these days, not only from the testing point of view, but just from the education. We're educating, the future cannabis scientists of the future, and those people need a good grounding of chemistry and biology. They need to understand how to fix the HPLC when it doesn't work. So we're teaching really valuable, employable skills to people, and I think it's important to have the attention of the American Chemical Society because this is the largest chemical society in the world, and I think people, in spite of what's going on in the world today, still look to the U.S. for leadership in this area. So the only other thing I'll say, Marcus, I think that I just wanted to mention this is that it becomes one of those things where it's like Hash Church has been such a great learning institution over the years. I mean, if you think about it, all the knowledge that has been shared, the hours of knowledge that has been shared on this venue alone is one of the reasons why having someone like me who's in that division at the ACS to point people to Hash Church is kind of interesting, right? Because I'm talking to professors and scientists and pharmaceutical guys. I'm like, well, look, I'm going to point you to a show called Hash Church on YouTube, and you're going to find out all about what you're asking about. So I think, what you've provided here has just been a wonderful, resource. And, I thank you for, the countless hours that you've put into making this whole thing happen.
Yeah, I mean, right back at you, dude, and right back at every panelist that spent the time and all the folks that watch, 400 people live every show and upwards of 5,000 plus every week. It's awesome. It's a hardcore group, I look forward to the day where we break our numbers and really go viral and get, I think the main thing for Hash Church, and maybe there's someone out there that can help me with this. I need a clipper. I need a young person that can come in and clip little things that Dr. Mark and Colin and Samantha and Etienne, anyone
Bro,
that
they
comes
have
in and
AI that
drops.
does that shit now.
They do, but you still require like a 20-year-old
Right. I
clipper to
know.
run
Somebody
it
to do
all, dude.
something.
Yeah, trust me. Like I'm already doing too much, and I just know that if I could access an amazing clipper, and I've been talking to James at Puffco actually, who have been super supportive behind the scenes in regards to just helping in the structure of different aspects of podcasts or social media or whatever it is that you're doing in regards to this cannabis industry that we're in. And they have been extremely helpful. And he's the one that really has been kind of pointing this out. Like, dude, you need someone to clip scenes. There's all these, there are what Mark just said. If you went back, and I should give a shout out to Ed, as well as there's another intern that's helping me right now. They're going through and they're removing all of the words that Skunkman Sam ever said, not removing, but like pulling out so we have it individually. All the questions that we asked him, it's not just Skunkman Sam, it's obviously the dialogue that he is involved with. We're not just going to clip only out what he says, but basically there's, 8 minutes here and 3 minutes here. And there's, the first one he sent me was
Bro.
Sam going, howdy, howdy. So this is an incredible amount of knowledge. And when you think of Sam, obviously he was at the top and he's the guy we all looked up to, but all of you have dropped incredible gems that are now almost just lost in this mass of information and data that sits on my YouTube channel. And I really want to start pulling it off, sort of starting with Sam, but if I could find a clipper to help out, that would be a really, really cool thing because I think there are a lot of gems that could be shared with people. And if they were out in these like 1 or 2 minute clips, they would be very, very, very effective. Of that, I have zero doubts. So thanks for inspiring that thought, Dr. Mark, with your thoughts.
Yeah, I think it would make a great senior thesis. Like if someone were to go from episode one and
Yeah.
watch every single episode and take notes on every single episode and then compile that into just a single document, I think it would make an incredible thesis. It's certainly an incredible journey for someone to take because there's episodes that we reference other episodes, right? So there's like kind of like the interconnectivity, like when you refer to previous episodes, that if somebody has like a master list of all the notes, like Marcus, there was a guy who was taking notes at Hash Church, right? I remember him posting it on Instagram. What
He
happened to
would
that?
he would do it in the comments section. There was a couple of guys. I mean, there was a Russian fellow who got a lot of the Hash Church episodes that were lost and deleted back to me, which was incredible. There was a guy for some time in the earlier Hash Church where he would have these just super long, like at 7 minutes and 37 seconds, Etienne mentions, and he was breaking it down like that. And I think you're right in regards to someone going through that would make an incredible thesis. That's also like the mighty oak tree. I think nowadays, for efficiency, the blades of grass would rule the show. Getting 100 people or 50 people to each watch 5 or 6 episodes and do notes. You would
Oh,
find, and then
yeah,
creating the SOPs for the notes, making sure that everyone's taking the notes in the same sort of mindset because otherwise I think you'd see if you got 3 different people to do the first episode, you probably would be like, this is the person we need to do the notes. Like this is exceptional, high quality, high caliber work, but something to think about nonetheless.
I
Yeah,
was just thinking, like, as you guys were spitting, like, if you could get an AI to compile it, and then you could talk to it and say to the AI, how does, you could even add in a few other shows. How does Hash Church view uh, growing regeneratively? And it's going to have a handful of answers. It'll be like, well, Dragonfly Earth Medicine approaches it this way. Vessel Life Science, you know what I mean? Just the depth of where you could go with this in your head and learning. Um,
I think once we get to selects, Dutch, like that could make sense. Like once someone has like gotten extracted most of it out, like and selected it, and trying to, taking Marcus' direction. I know there's like hundreds, thousands of messages I've gotten over the years of like little blurbs that I didn't, I had to go back to the episode and like be like, oh yes, I mentioned this particular pump or this method or whatever it might have been at the time. But that would be really helpful because you could just point people towards that thing, like you just said, Dr. Mark, and they'd be able to go right to that information. And then furthermore, what Marcus said, having these things in written form for a lot of these younger guys that are coming up would be invaluable. I think that would be really cool to have because it's all about the next generation. It's all about indoctrinating them in the right ways so they can help us kind of drive this the way it needs to be because our industry is in shambles and it's for a reason.
It's definitely the truth of the matter. There's no doubt about it. I did want to mention that at the 2 hour point of this show, CANNA has given me this like airtight waterproof bag. It's fucking awesome. It's a Revelry CANNA giveaway. I have been using this is my own personal one. We're not giving you this one, but I guess the one they're giving away comes with like socks and scarf and toque and shades or something. CANNA are the swag masters. They got the good swag. So in about 47 minutes, we'll do a giveaway with this. I'm using Nightbot So the giveaway will be done through Nightbot, and I'll probably share my screen, and that way you can see that it's all completely, I'm not choosing like my buddy to give something to. Although you're all my buddies watching Hash Church right now. I appreciate each and every one of you. So don't go away if you're here now, or if you do go away, come back by 11. The way it works is I'll announce it, and then you have to chat. You have to put like some type of words. If you're watching and you're in the chat and you're not chatting, you won't be entered into the giveaway. So make sure that you just chat, whatever. You can just chat full melt if you want, or bubble hash, or say something else. But it's happening. And shout out to Thomas from Grandmaster LED for teaching me how to use the Nightbot for giveaways. And shout out to Etienne for showing us hash while I'm talking about this whole thing. Appreciate you, brother. Might be time
It's
for a
not just
bowl.
hash. What you were talking about is little coolers. They now are selling little coolers for your hash.
What? How does it
So
cool? You just freeze it?
freeze it.
Freeze it, brother, and you use it during pack out, and then that
That's
goes to
hilarious.
yeah, it's
Next
dope.
next steps is appearing. So there you go.
You know what? Imagine any other industry having to create their own cold supply chain that is not actually a supply chain. You have to create power to
Strawberry.
them. Power to them. But I'm telling you, we need a cold supply chain in cannabis. Like this is outrageous. The fact that spinach has it and we don't, I don't know who is representing the spinach industry, but they're doing a better job than we are. I'm going to get in touch with that
Here, here.
person and I'm going to figure it out. People are like, it's too expensive to keep it cold. How the fuck are they doing it with spinach then? They're not getting $3,000 a pound last time I checked.
Strawberries too, man. I studied the industry
Fuck.
of strawberries, and they took California in three regions, and it's really, really, really intelligent how that industry came from like nothing in the 70s and in the 80s just flourished because they figured out cold chain, and there's a couple families in Cali that are now in cannabis that are trying to recreate that. We'll see how far they get, but it's really closely related to what, we're after in terms of all of our fresh frozen. I mean, when my lab was in Van Nuys, like most of the stuff that we got came in these like waxed boxes, much like strawberries, and they pack perfectly into the cube truck. And so it's definitely something that we can look towards in terms of industry. But I think you're totally right, Marcus. Like we're forced to do these things, like forced to bring a freezer to a dispo, a refrigerator, just
Dude,
this.
forget about that. We're forced to
Not
take a,
even
a,
1%
a
of the box.
freezer to the farm.
I know, yeah, and yeah, for a freezer
Holy
truck, dude. I
shit.
mean, yeah, it's the things we have to do are kind of outrageous, but it's also kind of what's endearing about it. We're trying to figure out like everyone thinks they know, but like really we're all just, in this boat of trying to figure it out, And it's every market is like I came to California thinking everybody knew fresh frozen and how it should roll and how SOPs should be, and like guys
No.
would show up with like refrigerator trucks with wet fresh frozen to drop off, so
Ooh.
just a long way to go no matter what.
Well, the
And that
beautiful thing is it's already been done in every other industry. Like most of the things from our industry, if you look at the things that are novel and new, they've often been done in a multitude of other industries for decades.
100, yeah. But strawberries is like the closest that I saw. Look into it. It's pretty interesting how they do it.
Yeah, well, strawberries, listen, Driscoll's does, I want to say 10 billion strawberry tissue culture plantlets per year that they ship all over the world. That alone, the logistics of that is absolutely mental. They send them with all the proper documentation from the molecular lab that shows they are void of virus and fungi and bacterias. It's pretty incredible that something like that could be set up. And although I prefer the wild strawberries that grow in and around my area here, and I do love, I won't say no to a Driscoll's. I'll still eat some if it's all there is. It's not my choice of strawberry, but once again, how can you get strawberries to the entire world any other way other than just doing millions and millions of small strawberry operations versus one massive one. I think they do that out of one tissue culture lab in Colorado. Correct me if I'm wrong, if anyone knows here or in the chat, but I'm pretty sure I got that information from Dr. Shma Sabaya, the tissue culture expert over there at Segra.
Does make sense though. You know, you don't need a
Mhm.
lot, but
Yeah. Hey, did we lose Etienne? Oh, and Samantha. Both of them popped off. Oh, I think I know what happens. When you turn your camera off now, you disappear completely. I accidentally clicked some setting that was like, when your camera's off, you disappear from chat. And I thought, yeah, that's a good idea. We don't need to have a black screen or a picture or whatever. And I don't like it quite as much as I did the other way, but it is what it is. Let's smoke some hash. Actually, let's show some hash. I want to talk a little bit about the jar check. First of all, I am a huge fan of jar check. This concept that I cannot believe I myself didn't come up with. It would have been the greatest thing for me to be doing for the last 15 to 20 fucking years. Hats off to Jolly Roger for coming up with it and being such a humble dude about it. He's like, dude, because we're there. I'm thinking this guy's like, oh, I'm just going to be a hash expert. He's like, no, dude, I'm the custy. I'm looking at all these jars from a custy perspective. Would I buy this jar? He's got a microscope set up with like a, oh, that was a funny sound. He's got a microphone set up with, or a microscope set up with, I'd say an 8 to 10 inch screen really close by that we can just put all the jars on. It's not going as close as, say, my lens, but it's certainly, if it's dry sift, and we saw a lot of beautiful static sift, pure heads completely. You know, the rosins, you'd get it in there and on the screen, you'd see if there was any contamination whatsoever, which tells you a lot about the awareness of the hash maker. He also had like a 55-inch TV set up behind us, and on that TV, he had it set up to a macro camera lens that once we were done with it on our screen, we'd pass it over to Grant, I believe it was, and he'd put it under the now the macro lens of the camera, and it would show up on a 55-inch TV, which you could really see. Now, anyone that was in the room, there was a lineup of 20 or 30 people. We were at the Ego Clash while we were doing this. We were in a really cool, like fucking church. Like this was a trippy place. So I'm going to share my screen right now so you guys can kind of see this. So this is the little area, the little church where we were going to do it. Um, it ended up not playing out that way because of the internet and the you know, whatever the situation was. So we ended up in this little room. This is from up top. I'm looking down at I guess okay, yeah, where you can't see our seats, but you can see sort of you know, the camera set up, and basically this dude, I got to give this dude a shout out, and I wish I remembered his name, but his name is Minor Melts. His company name is Minor Melts. He gave me my first jaw. It was called Cowboys Perfume, and it was absolutely spectacular. I smoked this jar with so many different people, and everyone was like, dude, those are some of the most unique terps I've ever smelled. I met him at the Ego Clash just walking around. So back to the inside here, back to the jar check. And this was a banana cultivar from Zura Farms, from my good homie from Zura Farms. These guys are the RKM crew from Barcelona. They win like everything. They've also got the brand Zuki, which is in Thailand. And they absolutely crush everything that they do. This one was another one of theirs. I believe, I'm not going to remember the name of all of these cultivars, but I did want to show some of the brands and some of the jars that they had going on. This was from Bobby La Colada, and Bobby La Colada is always ahead of the game. The crew at La Colada, they're another sort of Italian-based private club in Barcelona. I've been friends with these guys for 15 plus years. They win Legends constantly. I believe they won Legends second place maybe. Zura Farms and La Colada both won Legends last time we did it in Barcelona. He's calling these, and we couldn't believe this. Both Jolly Roger and I laughed our heads off when we saw this, but they call them points, and each one is a 0.1 of a gram. And we were thinking, wow, like you might be able to get away with that in Europe, but if you came to like drug-addled Vancouver, I don't think that would fly quite as well. But what a cool concept. They don't really, they're rosin. I don't know if he's pipetted them out as they were warm into these perfect little Dodgers, but it was refreshing to see innovation and something new that didn't seem to affect the integrity of the resin in any way other than changing the form of it and making it absolutely perfect for dunking. I think if you made these more round, you could literally have dunk competitions on Instagram, people throwing these little balls into their bangers from like 6 feet away. I don't know. I liked it. I had fun watching, and I enjoyed smoking it as well. Beautiful, beautiful hash. So many. Although I think this particular one, when we put it under the microscope, oh, there it is. It was Ice Gourmet. That's right. It was Ice Gourmet. It was very, very beautiful. Leche de almendres. And I believe this one had a tiny little bit of contamination on it. It was just probably from someone opening it and smelling it. So we ended up getting it off. Really exceptional product. You can see this one's super wet. I am not sure. Oh, these were dab lights. So this is another new packaging. This package looks like a spray paint can. Fits in your hand. The top screws off, and two jars fit inside of. They're stickered together, so the lids are on either side. You just crack them on either side. And he had two different cultivars in one jar. I thought it was really a cool, innovative way to bring rosin to the market. And I got to shout out La Chanvrier. This guy had absolutely spectacular resin. I know Etienne's going to smile because he pulled the Chanvrier jar out while he was at the club there on Hash Church, and I knew what it was. And they were asking me like, "How the fuck do you know who Le Chanvrier is?" And I said, "Well, I'm the bubble man, and I like to keep my finger on the pulse of what's going on in the hash world." But in reality, I'd just gotten lucky, and I'd seen it a few days earlier. This was a dry sift that looked like wet steak. I was just like, this is trippy. I'm not sure what to make of it, but I puffed it, and I gotta say, it was really, really nice. I don't know how or what he did, but in Spain, it's all about creating unique and novel things right now. So people are trying to come up with, unique things. I could not believe how many static sifted resin glands I saw at the jar check with Jolly Roger. I also felt, and look at that, like a little ode to Skunkman Sam with the hand. Almost reminds me of the Jerry hand. Anytime anyone puts a hand on their static sifted resin heads, to me, that's paying homage to Skunkman Sam. And it just made me sad that he wasn't here anymore, that he never actually got to do a jar check. I told Jolly Roger Skunkman Sam would have been elated. He probably would have liked this more than Legends of Hash, where he sits in a seat and people stand in a line to bring him jars and show him jars while he critiques them, smokes them, and gives them a little, props or maybe some tips on what they can do better next time. I was impressed with pretty much every single jar. The coach, these guys from Seville, beautiful resin glands, absolutely perfect. Now I'm shooting with a phone, so I couldn't get like nice macro shots, but Jolly Roger got macro shots of every single jar. And if you check both our Instagrams at Jolly Roger and at BC Bubbleman, you'll see the jar check where we go through all 36 or 37 jars. I don't know how many we saw. These guys, I wish I got to smoke more of their rosin. They left me a jar, but I left it with Jolly Roger and forgot about it and didn't really bump into him again afterwards. But these guys, out of this world, were a brand from Thailand. They're an American crew that went to Thailand and set up and just had spectacular, beautiful resin. I did get to take a dab of it while he showed me the jar. It was really, really nice, and it was different from anything else in Europe. The terroir of Thailand, even for some reason, just the growing of it indoors, it's something is a little bit different about it. I can't remember the cultivar, but very nice. Gastown Dave with the banana gas. This was wet and delicious, super lovely. there's Gastown and his girl kind of looking because I said, "Oh, your rosin's on the TV right now." So there's the TV. Maybe it's only a 40 or a 50 inch. I can't remember what it was. But these guys set it up so perfectly with the lighting. I thought this guy was brilliant because he was putting lip Medex stickers on his rosin so that if he got, bumped into at customs, it was just like a quick, like, oh, that's just like a lip balm or whatever. There was a few of those that we saw, lip Medex as well as Burt's Bees, where it was not the cultivar. Who was this from? This shit was so clear, water fucking clear. It kind of blew me away. Pretty good picture for a cell phone too. Um, oh, let me see what we got. Oh, there we go. Yeah, like this stuff was like water clear. It literally looked like some CRC butane oil or something, but it was like live hash rosin and really was quite lovely. Growers with attitudes. I loved their logo. I loved the little wormies. I thought that was a pretty cool little jar, and it was actually quite spectacular. Heavy resin, premium quality static dry sift hash. This was another beautiful, pure heads. Like I don't know how they maintained it into being heads all the way until they got it to us. We put it under the scope. It looked beautiful under the scope. This is the scope that we had hooked up for those of you that are wondering. I believe it's a Flick Live, Flick Live, Flick Live. I don't know, FLIKLIV, 52 megapixel 4K P30. It's a beautiful unit. I have no idea what the cost is. He had it set up so pro with additional lighting for the different jars. I really was impressed with this whole system. And I told him, I'm like, dude, I am doing jar checks, man. I will shout you out every time, but you have inspired me beyond inspired to do these jar checks. And like I said, this resin was absolutely just pure heads all the way. It looked as beautiful as any resin I had ever seen. So shout out to the hash makers at the Ego Clash jar check. I do not believe all of these jars. In fact, I don't believe a single jar you've seen yet, or maybe a few of them were entered into Ego. We did go through the entire Ego Clash jar stash soon after we went through these original jars, but this was level two was the brand I really like, the LEVEL2. It's super low key. You almost can't see it in the packaging. But there it is. And I believe it was a banana one. I can't remember. All the way at the top of this little tower that we were in. By the way, it was pretty cold in this little tower, so it was a pretty good spot to do the jar check. The resin wasn't, leaking or melting or, off-gassing terribly, but enough to still smell everything beautifully. That was a full melt bubble. I can't remember which one it was, but I remember just it looked like Concentrated X, this local hash maker from Canada, just the way it turned to caramel, the way it greased up. I love when full melt bubble hash greases up like that. These were actually the Ego Clash jars right here. I'm not sure. Hash Theory, another beautiful melt. And I think that is it for the jars. So I just wanted to sort of share that. I might share some more pictures of Barcelona later and Spanibus. Bumped into a ton of awesome people. Got to see, people that I've been going to Spanibus with for the last 20 plus years. My first one was in 2024, 2004 was my first Spanibus. So it was bittersweet. A tear in one eye for the end of an era, a glimmer of hope in the other eye for the beginning of a new era. So that's Bilbao up in the north, Basque Country, not quite Barcelona, but beautiful, beautiful country. For those of you that want to go to Spanibus next year, I will definitely be there and hope to see you there. We'll see how it goes on a different level. I also managed to make it to Amsterdam for Dave Watson, aka Skunkman Sam's celebration of life that we did at the boathouse in a greenhouse, if you can imagine. Jair from Dutch Horticulture, the founder of Gavita, was there. Soma read some beautiful poems. I saw Eddie from the Flying Dutchman. I haven't seen him for years. Simon came in from Serious Seeds. There was just a lot of really great folks who managed to come in and celebrate his life with us. Lorenzo showed up with like 25 jars of absolute fire, set up a dab station outside on the deck of the greenhouse, and basically dabbed everyone out for about 2 hours straight. And it was amazing because I knew that Dave himself if he showed up to his own funeral, he would have been outside dabbing during the special words on the that were happening on the inside. It just made me chuckle and remember Dave, as I will forever, as the biggest lover of resin that I have ever met. So shout out to you, Mr. David Watson, wherever you may be. Hopefully we'll get to see Chimera come in. He just told me that he's smoking some of the dabs that I left him in Amsterdam. I left him some really nice jars. Don from DNA gave me a beautiful jar of sour diesel. I got another beautiful jar when I was hanging out with Lorenzo from Pioneer Farms. To go check out Pioneer Farms. He also gave me a sour diesel. Both were super old school sour diesel flavors, so it was nice to, hook up Scott Deppy with a dab of that. I bumped into him at the Puffco um, booth. They were lacing him up with his Puffco Peak, and I figured we might as well sit down and puff a few bowls with him, which is, for those of you that don't know, which I'm sure most of you do, he's the founder of Mothership Glass. And, Colin has his, I've got mine. I'm sure many, many other people who are watching and on the panel, these Mothership Glass pipes, they just hit different. Sure, there was a hype involved, no doubt about it. They had a massive hype, but it's rare when the functionability and the actual quality and caliber of something matches the hype that it can build. I often think Scott built his hype, not through hype at all, but through the fact that his glass was just clearly the best. And people would ask me all the time, well, how much better can it possibly be? I'm like, well, you know what? I said that when I first went to Skunkman Sam's house and smoked his hash. And I would hear Rob Clark tell me stories of leaving his house. Oh, I left Dave's house so fucking stoned the other day. And I'd be like, how stoned could you possibly be? Well, I found out. Let me tell you. Fuck around and find out. And that I did when I first went to his house because I smoked his, first of all, it's not normal to sit around and smoke 60 fucking bong rips in like a session. But that's normal for Dave. That was pretty much the way it went. I bet you he must have hit 100 if I hit 60. Maybe I only hit 40. I don't know what I hit. It was so much that when I left, I was almost incapable of walking. And the guy has like 42 of the gnarliest fucking stairs you've ever been on in your life. Like if you have a big foot, you better turn your foot sideways because you're going to slip on your heel down these stairs. And when you hit your Cossacks on the stairs and slide down, it's totally going to ruin the high that you have. So luckily I didn't do that. I managed to get down the stairs okay. But walking to try and get a cab afterwards, I have never been that high in my life, then, now, or since, ever. It was absolutely astronomically shocking to my brain and to my consciousness that I could be that high just from smoking hash. Uh, that's when I really, really, really changed how I looked at cannabis, how I looked at quality. Quality is a path. When you're learning, at least for me, the first time I smoked hash that sizzled, like barely sizzled, I thought, holy shit, look at that. I've got this melty hash. And then as I, moved on and made hash purer and purer from nicer materials, I hit that day where it turned to water and melted through the screen. And that's when I realized that, okay, this is a journey. Now, smoked that for a couple of years before I met Sam. And when I went to his house and smoked his hash, I realized that the hash I was smoking was decent, but the hash that he was smoking was seeds that he collected in all the hash producing countries, brought back, planted in massive numbers, collected the genetics of like 4 or 5 population, bred over a decade into to creating his resin, and then used a process that he discovered accidentally in Africa and didn't tell anyone for about 25 years. So I realized I was playing checkers while Sam was playing chess. And he taught me that. I did not realize that. Now it's nice to be playing chess. And it's also nice to welcome Brian from Best Friend Farms into the room. Because when it comes to making resin and growing flowers, he's definitely playing chess.
Hey, hey. Nice to see
How's
everyone.
How's it going, brother?
Doing well. Doing well. Just staying at it, staying busy. Making the resin, making the piatella, some different new faces in here and new plants that I've been putting through the test. Had some winners going to piatella lately. So yeah, just been enjoying here and happy to jump in. I love the resin you're showing. Looks amazing.
Yeah, you would have been all over it, dude. You got to come to Basque Country next year and come to Spannabis. And I think what I was talking with Jair from Dutch Horticulture there, lighting company, and we were talking. At first, I got to shout him out. He gave me an absolutely beautiful jacket. I'm gonna have to go get it at one point in time. He made 42 of these hemp hoodlum jackets. He calls them Legends of Cannabis. It's got a beautiful cannabis embroidered leaf on the inside lapel. They're all numbered and say Legends of Cannabis. And then on the inside pocket, there's a little write-up of what the Legends of Cannabis is. Of course, Skunkman Sam and his wife Diana got one each, and Soma has one, and Doug from TH Seeds has one, and there's a whole incredible group of people who have these jackets. So I got to shout him out. But I was talking to him and Lorenzo at David's Celebration of Life. And I said, we need to do a celebration for David with a Legends of Hash here in Amsterdam. And so I want to do a Legends of Hash possibly next year around March sometime after Spannabis, where we can all kind of head up to Amsterdam and celebrate Dave in a proper style. Maybe even do a jar check, Puffco, Legends of Hash. I'm just kind of spitballing. I've spoken to them a little bit about it, but I think it would be a wonderful thing to do and really just, have a proper Legends send off for Dave. We always talked about it when one of us passed away. We would celebrate them at Legends of Hash, and what a bigger legend, what bigger legend could we celebrate than the Skunkman Sam when it comes to the hashish? He was truly a hashish aficionado and really an ambassador of hashish at the highest level, from the respect he had for the science of the plant and understanding the pathways to get things done in a mainstream society, which a lot of us really had no understanding of back in the day. And I think he took a lot of hate for having that understanding and understanding of it. But man, talk about an ambassador taking the plant to the highest levels. I'll always be grateful. That is for sure. Time for a dab. Maybe a little full melt, 6-star. Papaya Bang Bang. I think that's the one. So
Hey, Marcus, I got to jump. I got to head to the airport. So
thanks for coming in, Dr. Mark.
Have a great week. Enjoy all things hash. Talk to you guys later. Bye.
Yes, in 20 minutes, because I definitely missed the 2 hour, or no, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, so in 20 minutes, we're going to do that giveaway. In the meantime, I'm going to light up this Papaya Bang Bang. Tell me that doesn't just make your mouth water. Like, does that not make your mouth water?
Actually, it gives me cotton mouth. I think it just does the opposite.
Yeah, I think we should all show our jars simultaneously, because I know, look, Colin's running to go get his. I just saw him run behind. Now, if you have
Did you
a
see this
background
Piatel?
screen, we can, but you got to hold it in front of your face only, because you have a background screen set up. So I usually use my hands to get it close and then try to open it up to the light. That's great little screenshot of everyone's. Hell yeah. All right, so one by one, what are you hitting, Inventing Room, Jacob? Oh, you're muted. Sorry, I muted you. Everyone, I mute your mics if it's not muted. Here, I can send you a button because you're on your phone. I'll ask you to unmute, and then it'll be easier. Oh, no, I fucked up and I muted it again right when you unmuted it. There you go.
Cool. Right on. So I'm smoking on some Red Rager from Exotic Genetics. That's the Red Pop and Falcon 9.
Dude,
Take a fat old dab of that right now.
that's what's up. Well, wait for us. We're all going to dab together. I'm also hitting Exotic Genetics. I'm hitting Papaya Bang Bang. And go ahead, Samantha. What are you hitting?
I am hitting a cross I just got at Nican. I'm not sure what the cross is, but the strain is named Amalfi Coast.
Oh, there you go.
And it's from our friends over at Bada Bloom from their medical grow. So
very nice.
It tastes so good. There's like almost a jasmine thing going on.
Beautiful. Dutch blooms. What are you puffing on?
I'm smoking on Bickett OG 2 ways. I just took a dab of the rosin fresh press, which is hard to show in this black jar.
You have to show it in front of your face. If you have the background on it, it disappears. So it has to be in front of your body or your face. There you go, right
This
there.
is the Piatel, or let's call it my version of it. And I basically I just threw the hash in the jar. It was full, and
You
threw it in my basement for 6 weeks or so, and just brought it out today. And it's just
foamy
such a
and
different
beautiful.
version of from the rosin. The rosin, when you smell it, it's very GMO forward. When you smell this, it's almost the opposite. It's the cherry pie forward. It smells very cherry. It's interesting how just the way the hash is cured and versus through the press is totally different. Um, God, you make me want to get my mothership out and get it cleaned up. I've been relying on this Puffco because it's so convenient lately, but things
Well,
truly do
I
get
just
get better through the mothership.
I just puffed that puff coat for like almost 2 weeks straight. So when I can, I hit a few dabs off my ship. What about you, Etienne? What are you puffing on?
I showed my mix, which is my everlasting gobstopper from 2014. That's still ongoing. But I've been hitting this Kalia Mellows with a Z, number 7. Very nice.
Okay.
That's the stuff that came in its own little refrigerator. So just trying to see, very terpy, very delicious.
That's classy for sure. And you, Brian, what are you hitting on?
I got here a little of my strawberry smoothie bands. So a citrus smoothie by a strawberry headbands that I bred like 5 years ago, but brought it back in. And then that's my rosin. And I got a few new Piatellas, but this is the newest one here that I'm kind of like getting familiar with, the Kush bands. Try to open it up here. See what I got.
Oh shit.
Nice.
Peel it open, brethren.
There.
Little shortbread.
Little stocky little lock there.
Little loaf.
A fat little lump she is.
Yeah.
I dab it.
Little
It's
hash speed bump.
delicious.
So one of the things I saw at Spanibus, I met this absolute fucking maniac that I felt like was my brother from another mother. And he had this little tool. It's too bad Dr. Mark's not here because it was a testing device. I'm sure it used infrared, but on some different level from Gemacert and some of the other units that exist. So it was a little handheld unit. I'm going to show this homie right now. His name was Ruben. Ruben. This guy was so much fun. The minute I met him, he gave me like a 20-gram psilocybin mushroom. He had a giant bag and he was just giving them all away. I'm pretty sure he was probably on one as well. So it was just a wonderful experience hanging out with this guy. But this little handheld unit that he's got in his hand, Valen Veras is the company's
Whoa.
name. Valen Veras. This guy, first of all, is like he's very, very, very intelligent, and he helped design this unit. And he's got the salesperson that was working for Gemacert. They kind of walked us through it. Now, I couldn't possibly tell you everything about it, but I am going to get a unit to test out. But it was one of the most impressive. He was dropping rosin and testing it, and full melt, and it was giving him these full, like much more than just a cannabinoid readout. And he was talking about how the infrared basically reads the shadow of the vibration. So the molecules are vibrating, they create a shadow. This machine picks up that shadow through infrared and then can give you these extremely accurate numbers. So I was impressed with it. I wanted to mention it briefly, and definitely we'll be talking about that particular unit in the future. He was talking about it measuring like different components in the plant so that you know when you need certain nutrients. Like I'm telling you, this thing blew my mind. And it was super small. And the best part about it, because I got the Gemacert and I was like, this thing is fucked. It's not working. And then when I finally figured out that if you put the Gemacert in its own room, on a table that can't vibrate, in a room with no vibrations, where the door doesn't open or close, where there's no music or a cell phone or a person breathing, that machine was pretty accurate. Like within 1% of all the material we tested in it, it was tested already in a lab at least one time. So we were testing material that we had already lab tested with our Gemma Cert. We just realized that this fucking thing doesn't work unless there's literally no vibrations because of the design and the engineering of the way the optics work. This fucking thing that these guys had, he was like holding it in his hand going, "Oh no, you can shake this one, no problem." I was like, oh my God, like he would have destroyed the Gemma Cert if he ever did that to it. So I was pretty impressed with it. Definitely worth looking into, and we'll talk about it a little more in the future here on Hash Church. What a tripper. Yeah, bumped into the old owner of the gray area. Hadn't seen him in years. Um, Bumped into my good friend Javier from Medical Seeds, who's doing much better. And yeah, it was just an all-around really good little trip. Good food was had. Sold some bubble bags to some cool people along the way, which I love to see people are still like interested in bubble bags, like I have really not put a lot of time and energy into that company over the last 5 years. I put so much more energy into things like Hash Church and my brand and all the other things that I'm doing, but it's nice to see that we're still representing out there. And I just love making a product that is out in the world producing hash. That's my favorite thing about selling bubble bags, that people that use them are just making wonderful hash. Like it's making the world a better place because there's more hash and, really more live hash rosin because we're still in a place where most people are not growing full melt resin, and I think that's why rosin is amazing in the solventless world because you can take, and I know it sounds harsh when I say mediocre, but you can take mediocre hash and turn it into really substantially exceptional rosin. So it's a pretty cool thing that all of that mid bubble, all that bubble that was 4-star, not, just not quite the chazzer of bangers, to be able to reduce that and get rid of it. The hair straightener is probably the greatest cannabis invention since
Right.
water hash. Literally, water hash, then rosin. To me, those are the two greatest cannabis innovations and inventions in a very long time, at least from the processing perspective.
Well, gentlemen, women, folks, I must say good afternoon to you all.
Are you going to say hi to Craig before you leave?
Oh, there's Craig. Hey, Craig. It's been a minute. Good to see your face, bro. You're on mute. You look like you're outside in the garden. Maybe surfing? Surfing. You're on mute. We can't hear you.
I tried to ask him to unmute, but I don't think he's got. It's hard on a phone when you're on Zoom because you can't.
West Coast.
Yeah, you can't find the mute button. But usually when I ask to unmute, I think it pops up on the screen, which I've done
It
3
does.
times. Oh, you're there? Oh no, he's still muted. Weird. Well, we can't hear you, brother, but we want to. We really want to.
Anyways, I will say good afternoon to you guys. Thanks for having me. Good recap. I love the jar tech or jar check thing, man. I wanna do that. I think more folks should do that concept. It's very cool.
Yeah,
Anyway.
It's definitely awesome. Well, thanks for coming in, Dutch Blooms. Joshua Rutherford in the house. We'll see you next time. We're still here for a little while. I'm going to do this giveaway in about 9 minutes. I'm not super good at it, so bear with me. But yeah, in 9 minutes, we're going to do this little giveaway. And I guess that will be that. We'll choose a winner. We've got 205 entries right now because people are all chatting. So I guess it's just a matter of me hitting the choose a winner button. And when I do it, I'll screen share. Oh, you got some honey bananas there? And I love the banana flavor. One of the bananas that the guys from Zura Farms gave us, like that I took a rip of, was the best banana flavor I have ever exhaled out of my mouth. It was absolutely pure and simply bananas. And prior to that, honey bananas was pretty much my all-time favorite banana flavor. But this one was just more banana. Only on the exhale, though, not on the inhale. What are we giving away, Chuck? Well, Chuck, we're giving away this CANNA backpack. Not this one, actually, but we're giving away this CANNA backpack. The zippers are like from an Arc'teryx jacket. Like they're completely air
Oh, cool.
sealed. Yeah, and the bag is like super quality. Got the Canna sort of, names and patterns in this inside there, the logos. But when I first got it, I was kind of like, oh, that's too small. I'm not going to use that backpack. I don't know. I'll be honest. I kind of had a bit of an attitude thinking it wasn't good enough. And now it's like the only backpack that I use. It's just like smaller than my other backpacks. And when I put all my flavors into it, it just keeps them from stinking. And I stink when I go out, let me tell you. It's no joke when you get to the bank and everyone's going like this, looking around. It's like, well, what is that? Well, that there would be cannabis hashish.
We were going to the airport and you were stinking it up.
Dude, there you are. That's right. I was stinking it up at the airport. Who were those police again that we were smoking right across from?
Oh, La Moses Esquadra.
Ah, the Moses' Quadra. We're just puffing and he's going, those are the worst police in Spain. Or the most intense. Look at that. There's Sam I am. Dude, you're in his chair. That's
Yeah, I
profound. That
decided.
kind of hit me.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Mr. Jingles is right here. Come here, Jingles. Go say it.
Jingles.
Oh,
Dude,
he's pissed. There
Jingles
he
is
is.
awesome. Dude, for those of you that want to see Jingles, I'll show you Jingles. He
Does he
is
wake
the
up by
coolest.
walking on you in the morning there, Ryan?
Not today, he didn't. He's kind of accepted me as being here now. First few days, he didn't know. Meow. Come
There he
here.
is, Mr. Jingles. That cat was extremely excited and bouncing off the walls. I will say that about Jingles. Very cool. 6 minutes, we're going to give that backpack away. So what are you puffing on there, Chimera?
I got the DNA one out.
Ooh, sour diesel. That's the one that Deppy really liked. Man, I'll tell you. The nicest thing I was given, first of
Too
all,
sweet. It's too sweet to be sour diesel. I don't know. I'm sorry. It's not. I don't buy it. But it is absolutely amazing whatever it is.
Is it
it's
missing the funk?
it definitely is.
Oh, it's got the funk. It's a little too sweet to be sour diesel for me.
Well, that's what happens when you concentrate it into like live hash rosin that's 12.9% terpenes.
Yeah, but it's not though, because it's a different profile.
Mm.
It's absolutely dank, don't get me wrong, but
What about the one from Pioneer Farms? Did I give you that one too?
I'm not sure. I've kind of just
Oh,
been going at them one at one on one at one.
because that was a sour diesel as well. And it was also very, very much like that one, the sweet one.
Huh.
Well, hopefully one day someone will create a company that can really like make it so we know unequivocally what cultivar is what cultivar in regards to the olfactory representation. Because I think this happens with a lot of cultivars where people are just not. I will say that the guy that put that sweet skunk under my nose and in my pipe, that was 100% sweet skunk.
Yeah, that was the real deal. Yeah.
That was the real deal, dude. That
Yeah.
that kind of shocked me.
Well, and you didn't tell me what it was, and you put it under my nose, and
No, I didn't want to.
no. But it was so obvious that that's what it was.
I knew you
Sean,
would know that.
Smoking Sean at one point in time sold a bunch of clones of that out down into the States. And so I know that it officially is down there.
Mm.
It doesn't spread very far, but it's yeah.
Yeah. The guy said he got like a less than 1% return off the fresh frozen, 0.5% return.
Well, remember it's a terpinolene variety too.
I would never forget. I would
Yeah.
I would never forget that it's not just a terpinolene variety, but, and I will let you explain, why is sweet skunk so special and doesn't have that sharp cat pissy terpinolene right at the end, but it sort of rounds off to a much more, for me, like, and not for me, but for the masses, a more enjoyable experience that seems to lack the anxiety.
Yeah, well, I think it's probably terpinolene has some weird effects as well. I remember who was talking about it. I think it was Ethan was talking about it at one point in time that it binds to a whole different set of receptors. It's the one that I mean, even your buddy there, what was his name? Was it Moses, the guy that had the that terpinolene variety that became blockhead, P19.
Oh yeah.
And that used to make people kind of unstable. And it's like a terpinolene variety. There's a whole bunch of terpinolene varieties. Like the real train wreck is a terpinolene variety. Most Jack is a terpinolene variety. Lemon, um, what's it called? Lemon skunk from DNA. They're all kind of in the same family. And in that terpene profile, terpinolene is way dominant. Like it makes up like over 50% of the fraction of the total essential oil. So it's not like one of these balanced terpene profiles where you get a whole bunch of stuff together. It's like almost all terpinolene, and then there's a little bit of other stuff. And that's like the really like whenever you see terpinolene varieties, that's kind of the most common thing. But in sweet skunk, about terpinolene is approximately equal with osamine, which is quite rare. And the osamine is found in varieties that are like you always hear people talking about like tropical stuff.
Like Skittles, right?
I'm actually not sure about Skittles. I mean, again, Skittles is like a name, right? It gets applied to a whole bunch of different plants.
Right, right.
You know, we really got to be talking about one specific plant to really be, unless we're talking about like a true breeding variety, right? Like you can't really just use the name because often when you grow a named seed lot, you end up with all these different flavors within,
Right,
right?
right.
It's like, how do you use the name to describe all those different things?
Well, I will say this about Skittles because I did jar check with Jolly Roger and we saw at least 10 Skittles jars, all different, Z Boof and Skittles this and Skittles that, and they all had Skittles flavor in a very similar way. So I get what you're saying, but Skittles is kind of different in the sense that whatever, and I was talking about this with Jolly Roger because we were kind of like, why is it that anything Skittles goes into competition wise, it just wins? The
Right,
masses fucking love it. And he suggested, because we were talking about sensory science and how there's like hypersensitivities that people have, and there's blind spots that people have, and those sort of foundational aspects of sensory science will affect how you perceive all of these different flavor profiles, obviously, because certain things you're hyper experiencing and other things you're not experiencing at all.
right,
So it gets in, and he suggested, he said, how weird would it be if Skittles is just this weird profile that the majority of people seem to be able to experience in a full way? Whereas, you know, when it comes to wine, for instance, like sommeliers are experiencing wine differently from the majority of people, that they're perceiving things that maybe the majority of people that are drinking wine are not. And maybe the most popular wines are also ones that hit larger swaths of the population in
right.
regards to how they perceive
Makes
those flavor
sense.
profiles. It's an interesting thought anyway. What do you think
Right,
about
right.
that, Ryan? All right, I got a
Yeah,
mid puff.
maybe.
It's like it's got the
Maybe.
it's awesome.
I'm just getting the dregs where I left my. I need to find those little ISO Q-tips that you had. Did you talk about those?
Yeah, I don't know. Those were given to me while I was in Amsterdam. No, yeah, Amsterdam I was given those. So they were cool. They were little Q-tips that you cracked in half and then ISO would like swoop down into the middle. But
Right.
I gave them away. I left them all with Chimera over at Sam. So yes, indeed.
Marcus,
Yes,
I,
indeed. I
I want to
missed
take
it.
this. I
Go
want to
ahead.
just
Go
want to
ahead.
take this moment to thank you guys so much for having me on. I really, really appreciate being on the panel today. And I just want to say peace out to all of you guys, and hopefully I can catch up with you guys on here again soon.
Hell yeah, dude. Thanks for coming on, Jacob. And I'm a few minutes late, but I'm gonna give that backpack away. So bear with me here. Hey Craig, let's see if we can hear you real quick. Yes.
You can. I had to go back my
Dude.
settings in and out and got it sorted out. But
That's what's
one
up.
thing after you give your backpack away, I wanted to just something I was trying to get across when you were talking about your bubble bags and rosin and what that has brought forth. So give the backpack away and then let me pick up the
Okay,
conversation from
awesome.
there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna screen share here. It seems like we have 232 entries. Anyone that wants to enter that's listening right now, all you have to do is just type a word. And that should put you in. I think the majority of you have been typing like nonstop for the last 10 minutes. So there might only be like 200 or 300 of you in the chat right now. I'm not sure. But yeah, let's just choose a winner. Let's do it. Boom. Waiting for messages. Following status unknown. Ben Inya. It looks like Ben Inya is the winner. So, Ben Inya, if you can do me a favor and send me a message, you can type it into the chat or you can type it in ideally to my email, bcbubbleman@icloud.com. And yeah, send me a message. I want to make sure that I only get it from Ben Inya. So we're gonna have to figure out a way to confirm who Ben is. Maybe Ben, you can put your email that it's gonna come from in the chat room, and that way I'll know who's going to be sending me this email. And otherwise, I don't want to have to like be all stoned and be like, "Holy shit! There's like 43 Ben Inyas that have contacted me for this backpack, and I have no idea whatsoever how to figure out who the real one is." So if you're out there, Ben, maybe everyone else can stop typing for half a second. And Ben can type in to the conversation his email. All right, all right. Okay, Craig. So first of all, I want to thank CANNA for supplying that backpack. They are the ones that's going to ship it to you direct, Ben. So if you want to just get me your email as soon as you can, and
You,
are
Marcus,
we?
do you not know who's Beninia?
Of course I do. You're hilarious, dude. Big up Ben Inya. I just want to make sure that he's a real person. Otherwise, I got to run this competition again. So if Ben could just type something into the chat room, he's gone. Seriously, he's here. Ben is the man. Okay, don't do that. Wow, yeah, it is a troll name. It doesn't matter. Trolls win too. Listen, you could be a troll name and still win. It's a fucking hilarious troll name. Listen, 11-year-old me would have absolutely loved that. So come on. But if I don't see him in the chat in the next few minutes, I'm gonna have to give it to someone else. So if he's in the chat, I just need to see his email really quick. I'll give you a couple minutes, and then I'm going to um, have to give it to someone else. Ben's not here, dude. Half the people have said Ben's not here. Oh, there he is. He's there. I see him. Ben, there you are. Amazing how many people said he wasn't in there. Wankers. Ben, can you type your email real quick, and then Bingo Lombardi will get it written down and sent to me, and we'll go over to Craig right now because he's going to say some cool things about bubble hash and rosin.
Yeah, Marcus, what I was going to say is, one thing for a farm like ours that is pretty much a seed sown farm, we don't have the ability because we're off grid to hold a clone room or anything like that. So other than relying on some of our really amazing local nurseries, we're doing a lot of seed work and growing from seed. And what we've learned is when we pull a population of 100, we can go through and do our phenotypic selection right there. And out of that 100, we could pull, say, 5 of those plants because they're monstrous plants. 5 of those plants can go to our flower brand. And then we can even hunt the rest of the field and decide what grouping of plants can go towards rosin or hash in there, and then homogenize amongst those tighter populations. So that's one thing that like bubble hash and rosin has really helped us on our farm. Um, and even to do some micro washes, I don't know how much you guys talked about that. We've worked with Adam and uh, simply Adam and used his resin dial, which is a great place to start, jar test and do the resin dial. But to do a 1 gallon or 5 gallon wash with your bags is pretty vital to get a really good read as to what we're going to get. And if we didn't have that ability to engage in the hash and rosin market, a farm like ours, like I don't know that we would be in the same position we're in right now. And it's been just an amazing, um, I don't want to use the word leg up, but like, ability to do that type of process to keep us current and moving forward without having a full-blown nursery plugged into the grid. It's really a regenerative system that is so helpful. Just ice in a bag, and you're doing it and able to compete in this super competitive California market.
Yeah, it's awesome, man. I'll tell you, the first time I brought it to Jamaica in the very early 2000, it was a game changer. I just saw how profound it was for the little guy, for the person with kind of nothing, the kind of like, all you need is some bags. Like I personally had this delusional insight that I was going to go to Jamaica and sell, just tons of bags. And what I did do is I went to Jamaica and I gave away tons of bags because it was just not a situation where I could monetize it in Jamaica. It was like they weren't monetizing it. I was like, no, you know what? Keep these bags, start a business. And these bags created these little. Listen, I'll never forget. I was in Panama and I bumped into, oh, why am I spacing his name? Harborside, Steve. I bumped into Steve in Panama. I knew he was in Panama and I saw him post something and I was like, I think he's in the same hotel as me. And I was like, on the 20th floor or something in this hotel. And no, sorry, I wasn't in Panama. That's terrible. I was in Colombia and I can't remember exactly where I was in Colombia, but it was a Colombian hotel room that I was in. And I texted him, I say, hey, did you want to hit some full melt? And he texted back right away, like, absolutely. I said, I'm in Colombia. I think I'm in the same hotel you're in right now. And he wrote back, he said, okay, I'll be up there right away, kind of thing. And he came up and we filmed a little bit with him, my partner Bruce from Embark, as well as Steve D'Angelo and a couple of people that he was with. And he told a story about how bubble bags, like after being busted and he was broke and desperate, and he saw these bags and he ordered these bags, and he was literally like, it was like how I built. He said, I built it all from making bubble hash. I just started making bubble hash and like selling it and getting it over here and getting it over there. And I was like, oh, this is a crazy, like I can't believe I'm getting this on film right now. He's telling me right now that the birth of his entities was from making bubble hash. And I just thought that was a really cool thing. And I know that it was mine, for me, when I started making bubble hash, that's where a lot of my successes came from. And more so when I started teaching other people how to make bubble hash, because it was this unique business model where it's the opposite of all of these large brands, right? It's this business model where I make a little bit when I sell the bag and I sell it to, say, a distributor. And then they make a little bit more than me and sell it to wholesalers. And wholesalers are retailing it and they make more than all of us before them. And then it sells to a customer. And as long as that customer makes a bunch of hash with those bags, they gain more value than all of us in the chain. And that's why it always worked and it was successful, because the end person, the person who was coughing up the real dough to get the bags, they were the ones that were going to gain the most, whether that gain was in, resin for your head, or whether it was a monetary thing that you were going to sell some of the resin, or a combination of the two. So shout out to Bubble Bags. Welcome Jen Doe into the room. I think it said Emily at first, and I was like, whoa, who's this Emily that's popping into the room?
I had an old nanny that commandeered my laptop for a little while, and I thought that I got all the settings changed, but every time I go on this profile into the Zoom, it labels me as Emily, so it's a great reminder of, you know, you know.
Well, it's not, hey, it's not as bad as Dr. David Allen. Every time he comes in, it shows his phone number as
Oh,
his. Oh yeah, and then I'm like quickly like trying to like change the name of it as quickly as I can. I used to do the
oopsie.
same for Skunk Man. He'd come in under David Watson and not realize it.
I was about to say, how many times did we I'd be like, hey, David's name's up. Change it quick.
There was even like maybe twice where a part of his face was visible, and I got so many messages. Oh my God, I saw Skunk Man Sam.
It's on ear.
I was like, yes, you did.
I feel
That's
like I've
funny,
gotten
man.
pretty quick about finding that rename option though, but I don't know how to do it permanently. So I think once I get off this time, because I keep thinking if I rename it, it'll stay renamed. No, it just reverts right back. So I don't know what she did.
It's the
So
joy of
Jen,
computers. Go ahead,
Jen,
Etienne.
you got kicked off of Instagram and have to restart all over again. What's going on?
Yeah, again. So now Bong Rants is the page I'm using. I haven't tried to push too many people to like share it because I feel like the more people that share it that I get, the more disappointed I get when I'm under attack again. But whoever, and I know who it is, but I think their money must have ran out to the hacker that they were trying to use because I haven't gotten any like random PDF file texts over the last week and a half or so. And nothing else is getting reported right now. So hopefully their funding ran out.
Indeed. Well, just think all of your information is on the dark web. Most of your passwords, your address, your phone number, like it's not hard, and you don't really have to be a hacker nowadays to go onto the dark web and access that information. It's shocking. You can get VPNs like NordVPN that like monitors the dark web for your particular information. So every time it's disconcerting though, because you cannot believe how often your shit gets sold to the dark web. And that's where all those a lot of weird texts and phone numbers and just all sorts of bullshit that I'm sure most of the people on the panel have been victim to. We get the ones on our phone, like endless call centers buy a lot of phone numbers from the dark web. That's an easy way to gain access. But yeah, it sucks, man. I'm sorry that you're going through that. Hopefully, whoever the hater is will stop hating soon and not pick up any new ones. It's
I
crazy.
hope.
People should be careful. I will tell you, someone in my village recently was slandering someone on a WeChat. WeChat is sort of a popular WhatsApp style Chinese, mostly Chinese, and you can do all sorts of things. You can pay your bills through WeChat. You can, like, it's different from WhatsApp in that sense. But yeah, this local in my village was slandering someone on there, and they like ended up losing up like a six-figure lawsuit. And part of the I guess the agreement was that the slanderer had to publicly go around and apologize for the slandering and the libel that they were spewing. So it's like the internet isn't as safe as of a place as people might think, and it's changing drastically. So I see a lot of things on Instagram where companies and people are slandering companies, and it's just like, holy shit. And people, it's like you probably should avoid doing that. Like, there is more recourse than people realize.
Yep.
The other thing I would say is, even though I know right now, especially with Hash Church, I would crumble pretty hard. We just really have to make sure that we don't define ourselves by our social media accounts and that we're so much more than the amount of followers we have and the amount of likes that we get, that it's hard sometimes. I do remember losing my YouTube channel and being pretty devastated, mostly for Hash Church more than anything, but kind of getting to the point where it was like, you know what? As long as my kids are healthy and my wife is healthy, if I gotta lose a social media account and that's got to be sort of my cross to bear, I'll take that.
Yeah, and I think once it happens numerous times, like the first one is really like the hardest blow, and then the second one, it's like very frustrating. But then the third one, it's like, what are you gonna do? Go ahead, delete me again. Like I'll just make another one. Like,
And then the 300th one, you're like, 300, we had 300. Like, oh my God.
exactly.
I do look forward to the day where cannabis is just allowed on social media and welcomed, and we can really show them how big our community and our industry is by really just allowing us, just to promote and talk about this plant in the way that we want to be able to talk about it. Holy shit. Have we been limited once again by the people with limitations? Don't limit the limitless. I mean, come on.
Yep, I feel that. So I do want to add, I was, finishing up what I had to do for my morning family stuff, and everybody was sharing their hash, so I had to go pull some out of the stash. So this is what I am working with. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
6-star full melt. So this was a collaboration with Good Life Gardens out in Maine that I did a couple months ago. I actually love working with their stuff because I had a little hand in helping train them in their earlier days and whatnot. So to be able to go out and, see all of the progress that they've made and then be able to like now kind of mentor them to be able to wash hash as well. And I was teaching them how to air dry and whatnot. So yeah, this is a special little collaboration project that has been, probably like 5 years in the making, but they do an excellent job. And then I pulled out my Puffco and was gonna partake in some, and it's dead. So, damn it.
Charge it up. Charge it up. Charge it
Charge
up.
it.
Right?
Charge it.
Yeah. That's torture. I'm like, yay, look, I'm gonna pull it out. Oh.
Dude, that is one of the reasons why personally, this is what I think for all portable units you should do. And I discovered it accidentally with this pivot when I was up on the mountain and I'd been puffing it pretty hard and not paying attention and it's cold out. So I reduced the battery. And so I went to load it up and I was so excited to get the hit. And of course it was completely dead. And I thought, fuck, I don't have any charging device, but what I had was my phone and my USB-C, my Apple charger basically. And I just plugged it into the bottom of my pivot and plugged it into my phone and it fucking started charging it. And I'm not gonna lie, like I was like, okay, every company has to copy that. That is, I don't want to carry a fucking battery around with me to charge my shit, but my phone, I've already been brainwashed into carrying that around everywhere I go. So now I'm like, boom, I've got a charger for my unit. That's why I like this one for the mountain, because I can charge it from my phone, and I definitely kill it twice. What are you showing there, Samantha? We got to get you on gallery there so we can see that. Some nice rosin.
Yeah, Sam, what a great surprise.
Hey, yes, nice to see you. This is a sweetgrass solventless and Cape Cod Grow Lab collab. There's Zope, and I actually went and saw Jen make some hash there a few months ago, or when the heck was that?
Yeah, I went out and did a class and a collaboration with Ben with their solventless amazingness. Yeah, I believe they just didn't they just get best dispensary at any can? And I think Ben actually took home first for his non-solvent as well. So Sweetgrass
Yes, he
Dispensary
did.
over in Lee, Massachusetts, they do amazing work. Great, great people to work with too. They were so hospitable. Me and Ben worked together so well. Like, I think that's the first time that I had the opportunity to work with another like very well-versed hash maker. And so when we got in the lab together, like we didn't rehearse how or what. I was just like, hey, you got me, I got you. And he's like, yeah. And it flowed so well. Like, so yeah, great people.
Yeah, it's a really cool space too. And yeah, it was really awesome. So I was glad I went out for that.
I was so happy to see you there. That was so sweet of you to come support.
Shout out to Ben and Sweetgrass.
Yeah.
And winning all these awards at NECANN. And I'm gonna smoke some of their hash, some of their Zope.
Some Skittles. Shit is dominant with anything you cross it with. Is that what it is? Zope? Is it a Z cross?
I don't know.
I would be surprised if it wasn't.
You know what it is, Zach?
This is the cross.
It has to be.
Really
Skittles cross. I don't know. It doesn't say it on here. I should know, but I don't.
It's really nice, Marcus. I've grown it.
Dude, like I said, I love the smell. I love the flavor and the taste. That being said, okay, I got to shout out Third Eye Organics because this fucking guy puts under my nose at the jar check. He puts this hash under my nose. He's like, what do you think this is? I'm like, My jaw's on the floor. I can absolutely smell 100% sweet skunk. It was so incredibly delicious. He let me take a dab of it, which I was very happy about because smelling that without dabbing it would have hurt my soul. But it was probably the best dab I had at Spanibus. Um, period. Third Eye Organics. Shout out to you, homie, from Los Angeles. You got that
Here's
flavor
that.
profile.
Love it.
Wow, it
Samantha, you
was
using a proxy?
Yep, using a proxy.
I used yeah, I want to thank Puffco. They gave me one of those and I actually had another. So I actually did carry a little battery with me because when I would sesh, I would literally once it would turn off or go red, I would just plug it into my little charger, put it in my backpack, and then use my second until it did the same and was able to keep that in a serious little rotation. So happy little portable.
Never
Etienne just
be.
coming up with solutions.
If
Mine's dead. This is going back to them. So Puffco, if you hear me, we
Yeah.
need to.
If someone can put in a good word for me with Jolly Roger, I've bought so many Puffco products, but I end up working with certain patients that I always end up donating whatever Puffco product that I have for them because typically they're cancer patients that don't have a lot of experience with anything.
I can
Um,
link you up with Puffco pretty good.
I would love that. I've bought so many pieces and I just I want to be one on their list to get all the cool shit because, yeah.
Yeah, I
Right?
think we all hear that.
I just got this terracotta pipe from them. You guys seen the terracotta Sherlock?
Love
I
that.
used a
That
rubber one,
that's
and that's
tight.
great. The resin doesn't stick to it, cleans off real quick and easy, wipes down. I mean, yeah. Although
Okay.
in Austria, you can only get maximum 70% alcohol in the pharmacies, where in Spain you can get 96%. That'll, be careful. That'll strip paint.
Yeah. Yeah,
I use 99.
I got the proxy and I was so excited about it, but then I ended up giving that one to my dad because he really enjoys the hash and being able to, partake in especially my hash because he watches me, kind of do this. And so yeah, he was the recipient of my proxy and I just haven't had it in my budget to replace that or any of the others.
I just sent one to my skunkle in Manitoba, my old school skunkle that's like the hardcore puffer that was my first family member to ever like visit me at the mall while I was working. I was probably 16 and like buy me lunch and then slide over like in an A&W napkin like a nug. And to me, that was like the greatest gift that I could ever receive from a family member, especially considering my whole family was like police and fire department and like Joe Straighties and not like big herb people. But my Skunkle Geo, I'm gonna have to have him on Hash Church one day because he's such a fucking character and he's been puffing for 50 plus years. And he's definitely got awesome stories that are probably inappropriate and would offend the soft. So I even want to bring him on more.
I
He's
want
just
you to as well. Yes.
he's good people. He's like a hermit. He lives in a cabin in the White Shell in Manitoba, and he just fishes and like goes and he doesn't hunt anymore, but he shoots with a camera now. So he's always sending me pictures of like wolves and foxes, silver-tailed foxes, and just cool animals that he sees when he's out in nature. So shout out to Skunkle Geo, and thanks for Jendo inspiring me. Because yes, I often do as well give away a lot of these devices that I get because it's like, well, you only need really one to do. Well, okay, Etienne, you only need really two, so that you got one charging and one in your mouth at all times because Etienne is fucking hardcore
Yep.
Well,
puffer
we're
duffer.
visiting people at La Crema Gracia, and everybody wants to smoke hash, and here's and I didn't have a torch. You wanted to be respectful. It works. Got everybody high.
Yep.
It's all
It
you
was
can
so
hope for.
nice to not bring like this was probably the first trip of my life that I didn't bring like a mothership, a torch, just everything, just all of this responsibility, plus like a camera and a camera and a macro lens and a 4K video camera and a tripod and another tripod, and it's just like it's just too much to carry, and so I went way light this time, and all I needed was three tools. I literally had these three tools and basically was able to puff pretty much anywhere I went and not share. Yeah, not
Yeah.
share.
Everybody, I heard everybody was coming home with COVID. So,
COVID, eh?
also on another note, so when I had given mine to my dad, he's got really bad arthritis. So like these are such great devices for even just that, you know?
Yeah. My dad used to use it for his Parkinson's. It was his puffer. That's what he used to call it. Give me my puffer.
That's awesome. Shout out to Colin's dad.
Yeah. Yeah,
Respect.
my dad used to with the exception of one grow, every single grow that I've set up, I've brought my dad out to help me with the electrical. He's an electrician. That's why I got into being an electrician when I was younger, which is what sort of got me into all these gardens to be able to wire those up. So the basic stuff I can do, but like if I needed to pull a new main line or like 100 amps from the main panel out to, 100 feet away or whatever, I would have my dad come out and he would just direct me and boss me around on the big stuff. Yeah, so it's been a lot of fun to kind of share all this stuff with my dad. So he gets really excited when he gets to smoke my hash because he's had a big part in such just a little part. But I mean, electrical, if you don't have that electrical lined out,
Right? Are you saying he keeps you grounded?
he keeps me grounded. Yes, he keeps me alive. Any of the
Pun
smaller
intended.
jobs, yeah, that was great. Any of the smaller jobs, I can always just FaceTime him and send him pictures if I had any questions. But that big stuff, man, you don't want to be playing with a hundred amps of live juice coming out of a panel
Not
and
at all.
drops it into another panel. That's one of those I do recommend. Don't follow my lead. Go call an electrician. I actually was an electrician, which is the only reason I can do that, but I do not condone that for anybody out there listening right now that's like, well, if Jen can do it, we can't. No, please don't. Like, please
Many
don't.
a grow have burned. Many a grow have burned. What
Yeah.
happened? What happened? We don't know.
Yeah, so before anybody does that, I want you to go look for the wire stretcher first because that is like a very important piece of equipment.
Oh shit.
I don't
Yeah,
think
we
anybody
don't.
actually
They
knows what
say
that
we
means.
don't know. Oh, was we don't know bonded? Do you know?
Around here, it's always been, oh, I think a bear got into the room, back in the day when they were in the forest. Yeah,
Yeah.
a bear broke in. Okay.
Mhm.
Blaming the bears, eh?
Right.
Usually a pissed off neighbor that's had enough of it.
Funny's got it. Yeah, no, electrical is like the number one, man. That's like you got to be so tight on that, otherwise it's just all up in flames.
Yep.
Um, yeah, and sub panel work is no joke, like you said. Yeah,
Honestly, if I wouldn't have already had that skill under my belt, I would have had a very hard time doing everything that I've done because that's the
sure.
one thing that like I knew that I could do everything. Like if I would have had to call an electrician in for all of that, like there were times where I was working off of such a small budget that, you know, there was just no option of calling electricians. So just having that skill really saved my ass so many times. And then having my dad, like I said, being able to help me with these larger products that I wasn't comfortable with. Yeah, like shout out to the electricians out there because they are like the one component that will make or break you, quite literally.
100%, man. I felt that in New York in the early days, and we did everything in our power to do it all ourselves within the budget that we had, and we were lucky to have a few people on the team that know their stuff. So yeah, it could have been 3 to 4 times the cost, what the kind of electrical work we did. So, it's no joke. Yeah, three-phase power is no joke. Once you get into that, like could be
So for me.
30, 40 grand.
Yeah, and anybody that has any complaints about that 3 to 4 times the cost, let's keep in mind they're literally putting their life on the line to get all of your stuff done. You
Yeah.
know, my dad's had a couple situations that, over all of his years, because he was a journeyman. Um, but like he's gotten caught up on a wire or two that almost took him out. Like it's
Yeah.
I remember my boss back in the day, before we had to work on like the big transformers and whatnot, he would hand me a 2x4 and he would tell me, if I get caught up on this, you have to hit me as hard as you can with this 2x4. Don't touch me, but just swing it, you know? And I was just like, is this possible? Like, this is scary as shit. But
Mhm.
yeah, so respect their prices because they are the difference between burning your house down or succeeding, you know?
That's
And
right.
shout out to the ones who can keep their lips closed and the ones that we've used for decades behind the scenes because they could keep their lips closed. So a major shout out and a tip of the hat to those underground legal electricians who have made all of our lives possible.
Yeah,
Yep.
there's
And if that means a small additional fee to be quiet, I'll pay it. Like, pay it and be grateful that you have that option.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
And there's,
second that.
like there's levels to electrical work. The stuff that I had to rip out to replace, you would have been like, what? Like,
Oh, yeah. I did some remodels on some Victorian houses and whatnot. And my favorite part was like the demolition and like ripping down the walls. But like some of the shit I would come across, I was just like, how? Like, how did they even have this like not burned down already? Like,
and it's humans, yeah. But yeah. Craig, how's it going for you guys out there? Curious to see how the thawing of the land's going and how's spring looking for you guys?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Just a little bit of my set and setting here today. My daughter is an artist and she's part of a paint out group on Sundays. So they're all, I don't know if you can see them way down the road there though, but they're all painting this beautiful scene. But this beautiful scene kind of has a lot to do with what we talked about last week. And CANNA Fest happens right on the other side of this. So right over there is where CannaFest happens. So you're staying in this beautiful waterfront space, and the music and all the libations is happening right here on the Eureka waterfront in Humboldt County. So this is this is a beautiful spot to hang out and share community with friends. Um, but yeah, as to our farm, you know, this week we're going to see our first like 70, maybe touch 80 degrees. So our cover crops are going to go from like 6 inches to like 12, 14, 18 in a second. And we're going to be letting those go till they almost flower. And then we'll terminate those, with our ski tech, as we've talked about. And normally I would have started my seeds already. But I pushed that back just a little bit. I'm going half of moon cycle or one moon cycle back. I'm going to go for, I think it's 3rd or 4th of April. So I don't have to work off the 12-foot ladder come harvest time, and I can work off the 6-foot ladder. And that I'm also buying a little time because, as some of you know from last week, I'm 6 weeks post hernia operation. So, in another 2 weeks from now, I'll be a little bit more ready to hit the ground running and start grinding away. But you know how it is when you get those seeds soaked, the fuse is lit and the excitement happens. Like everyone at this time of year is like, it's gonna be a good year, and you've got all those packs laid out on the kitchen table, and you think you're gonna grab some more, and you're like, this little seed attic where you're like, oh, what's in this? What is going to come of this? And you just got to have some self control. Like, as it is, we do, 14 to 16 different flavors on our little farm for market. And then we'll maybe throw in like another 4 or 5 in there just for little testers. Um, but yeah, and you've got really good friends reaching out saying, "Oh, I've got this for you," and it's so hard. It's really hard. You don't want
Dude, you know the white thorn rose, bro.
Yeah,
to.
you gotta get that going, Craig, man. That's number one. I'll fly out just for that.
Yeah, I'm not after the Whitethorn Rose. I actually have seed of what we called the Fruit Loops. from billion years ago, when Johnny was working that line, and I ran a cutting of that from him like 2016 or so, and we had it on the shelf at Soulful. Um, and I'm actually, what it's called now is the
Punch.
Paradise Punch, or yeah, Paradise Punch. So that's the one I keep heckling at him. He got back from Barcelona, and I was like, "How my clones looking, Johnny? How they looking?" He's like, "They're still alive, thank God." So I don't know for sure if I'm going to grow that or not, but um,
Well, we're
uh,
definitely growing it in Maryland.
yes,
We
yes,
managed to get
good.
some beans for Maryland, and yeah, they're excited about yeah, getting those popped and getting those flavors into that state, and hopefully make some nice hash with the Bubble Man brand.
Yeah, that'll be amazing. That'll be amazing. And those the Fruit Loop, as I'll just refer to it because that's the name I knew. It would just put out these massive larfy footballs that were all terps, like just such amazing material for running for hash. So those of you that got those, just feel blessed because it's gonna be some magic for you, sure, for sure. Johnny's done such nice work.
Sure. It was nice of you to invite him on to Hash Church last week. He came on. For those of you that didn't catch it, you can check out. He was walking around La Sangrada de Familia, and Craig, I guess we somehow talked about it, and then he just invite. Craig was like, "I'm going to invite him in," and so he came into the room and he talked about his farm, and it was just really cool. I love the organic nature of Hash Church in that way, and the connectivity of our community, where if we somehow start mentioning someone, it's not impossible to get that someone into the room within the time that it takes to send a text. Pretty cool. Shout out to my wife for bringing me hot ginger tea and a monster glass of hydration water. Oh yeah.
That's a good wife right there.
Oh my goodness. By far the at the highest level. I give her praise. The highest praise. Ooh, I'll tell you. Watch a woman birth one child will have you feeling that way. Watch a woman birth three children, and my goodness, what the hell? That's why we're here to serve women. We're happy to serve. Just give us something to do. Let us find solutions. Don't take that away from us. We need to find solutions. I know it's annoying, and you guys don't always want it, but that's what we do. We want to serve. We want to. I think that I sure feel good when I'm in service of my wife because I'm always feeling like I don't do enough and that she does too much. And so the more that I'm serving, I'm like, okay, I'm getting closer to taking too much off of her plate and getting it down to a reasonable, still quite a fucking lot.
I love that. You need to say that just a little louder for anybody that didn't catch that. Because
Okay, it's the
some of us
truth.
struggled to find that. I'm over here going, wait, so you're not supposed to give birth and then cook dinner 2 days later?
No,
Huh.
no.
As a
My
woman who
goodness.
has birthed 3 kids, yeah, I would like someone to bring
It's
me.
literally like a meme, Jen. Like there's joke memes where the guy's arriving at the hospital and he's got like a whole like Tupperware thing full of dishes and his wife's been in like a terrible car accident like the day before and she's just come to consciousness and he's like, "Oh, hey, sweet." It's terrible. It's
I
definitely
mean,
not the right way to do it, but
as embarrassing as this is, yeah, I am that meme. It's like, no, I'm sorry I
goodness.
didn't get to your laundry. I was busy being in labor.
Mm, my goodness. My goodness. Well, we owe
Hence the
women,
reason I am single still. Happily.
right? Yeah, I can't imagine. I've been with my wife for 36 years, 30 years this year married, but 36 years together, which people are always like, "What? How old are you?" I'm 38. We've been together since we were 2 years old. No, I'm joking. I'm 52 in 8 days. In 8 days, I'll turn 52. That should
Wait,
be fun.
wait, 8 days. When is your birthday date?
The 31st of March.
Oh shit, I didn't realize we were so close. Mine's on April 7th.
Yes, we are Aries.
Yes, we are. I also have two of my daughters are also very much so Aries. My middle daughter just turned 24 last week, and my youngest daughter turned 16 on Monday. So,
Wow. Congratulations to both of them for those milestones. My daughter will be 24 in on April 13th. And my son just turned 21 on September 15th. And my other son just turned 10 on August 27th, the day that I decided to think I could skateboard at the Whistler Skate Park and broke my clavicle. Ah, yeah, that sucked
yeah,
for just
Oh,
months.
I didn't realize our kids were so close too. I'm a little ahead of you. My oldest daughter is 26. And she's already given me two beautiful grandbabies. So my
Wow.
grandson's birthday is holy shit, you have the same birthday. I think his is also the 31st.
Wild. Yeah, I was supposed to be born on April Fools, April 1st, and I tricked them
So was
all
I.
and showed up a day before.
So was
You,
I, and I showed up a week late.
ooh, just being high maintenance right from the beginning, eh, Jen? I'm
I
just
know.
joking.
I
7 days extra. I think, yeah, I can't remember. I think, yeah, my daughter Trinity was 13 days after her due date. And I do like, man, I'll tell you, there is some exponential thing when women get to 9 months and they're big. But to keep going, like just like every 2 days, it's like this, like it's insane.
yeah.
I don't know
I
how you guys do it,
I joked that I was going to jump on the trampoline if any of my kids were late. Thankfully, they all came pretty on time.
man.
But
I'm telling you, crazy, crazy. Shout out to women who have birthed all life on Earth since the beginning of time. Pretty cool.
you could say that.
I just did,
I
and I
know.
meant it. It's pretty wild. I mean, when you think of the part of the job that we got, it is not quite the same. That's why we love to serve.
Out of everyone's children, who's carrying on the family business? Like locally, things have been challenging with legalization for a lot of folks that the children are like, I don't want nothing to do with that. I can make more money doing so many other
Yeah,
things.
neither of my older two ever had any interest. They kind of like a lot of their upbringing started in Utah, and so they had to go through the DARE program. My ex-husband had some drug issues throughout his whole life, and so they I was always very open with them about the cannabis, but we kind of hid the rest of his issues. And so they kind of associated, his downfall on those things with cannabis. So they never really had any interest in it whatsoever. But my youngest daughter, little Bree, um, she very much so is interested in the family business. So hopefully, and I've explained to her, I was like, I would like you to have a better foot in than I did, like if that is a direction that you want to go, I'll encourage it. I won't push it. If you want to do anything else, I support everything. I was like, but if this is something that you're really interested in, there's different things that we can do as far as schooling to make sure that we are, focusing on different like agricultural classes or even just like business management. So I'm like, I know she's still young, so she can take any direction of it, but if she wants to be in cannabis whatsoever, it'll be really neat to be able to help structure that, and her learning around like the direction that she wants to go in it. So yeah, so hopefully she's the one that'll carry the torch for me. So
Well, my eldest is now working at a dispensary and certainly involved in cannabis. She's just down the street in Horseshoe Bay at the Happy Isle Dispensary, owned by my buddy David, that I snowboard with on Whistler often, usually on Saturdays when our kids are in ski school. So I would have never guessed that she's really, her focus is definitely more right now with acting and dancing and say, like she just likes to perform and entertain. She has literally since she was 3 years old when we were in our local village at the town hall, and we have these little talent shows for the kids, and the kids can all sign up. And she just on a whim at 3 years old decides that her and her little friend Asia are going to perform a song that they had not yet written called Friends Forever. And she went up at 3 years old and just made this song up, and it was quite hilarious and kind of mind-blowing. And so that was the beginning of it for us, for the last 20 plus years. I've just been watching her do dance recitals and her acting school that she graduated from a couple of years ago. So she did all these different plays, and it's been a blast. That's definitely her focus. My son Tosh is definitely not interested in cannabis and has not even tried cannabis at 21 years of age. He has very little interest in it. He's much more into his health and into his, building his physique and eating healthy, organic, vegetarian food. And that's sort of his focus. But my youngest one, who's 10, he's the one that definitely makes comments that my others never made at a younger age that lead me to believe that he may have some form of interest in the business. And it's generally like he'll come into my office and he'll be like, "Oh, what's that, Dad? That smells really good." And I'll just be like, "That's a pretty trippy thing for like a 10-year-old kid to say." It'll just be like a freshly opened jar. I have a pretty good, it's not like I hot box my office and he's walking into like clouds of vapor. It's the smell of the hashes and the rosin of the jars being opened. And he'll often ask me like, "Oh, can I smell that one or that one?" I'll be like, "Yeah, yeah, you can smell it, no problem." It's interesting at 10 years of age to like the flavor profile because I don't remember even acknowledging it. I mean, I've told the story before. I only learned about the word hashish because I somehow, my inquisitive mind one day took apart one of my toys and pulled this like little whatever 9-volt battery out of the back of it. It was a big brick. And I started playing around with the wires that were coming off of the positive and the negative. And when I figured out when I held them to a piece of metal, I could conduct heat and turn it orange. And so I started doing it to the pieces of metal that I could find that were the most accessible, which were safety pins. So I burnt like 20 safety pins in my closet at 11 years old. And when my parents found them, they sat me down and they were like, "Marcus, we know that you're smoking hashish." And this was my introduction to hashish. This was my introduction to ever hearing the word or having any understanding whatsoever. Now, albeit at the end of that, I still had no understanding of what hashish was. I just knew you could smoke it off of pins and that you would inhale it into your lungs. And that was just the things that my parents. Now, think of how crazily impossible parenting is. Do you think my Joe Strady parents, who worked for the police and the fire department, my dad was the chief of the fire department, do you think they wanted me to go on and be the hash guy and teach people all around the world how to make hash? Yet they did it inadvertently through misunderstanding and fear. They turned me on to hash. So be careful out there, people that are raising your children, because the very things that you fear your children may get into, you may be the one who opens the door. Thanks, Mom and Dad. Appreciate you.
So it's interesting that it's the smells that caught your youngest son because same with my youngest daughter. Matter of fact, just to bring up Sam and love it, I had a skunk one back. It would have been 11 or 12 years ago, probably about 11 years ago. I got my hands on a skunk one. And my daughter, ever since she was young, has really enjoyed the smell. And to this day, she tells me that she associates the smell of cannabis with me. And so she's like, "No, I love the smell. It makes me think of you." But the one that she really leaned into was that skunk one that I had that was almost like the sweet skunk. And every jar that I opened for at least 5 years, she would be like, "Nah." And then she'd smell one, she'd go, "Ooh, is that the skunk?" And I was just like, "Oh my gosh." No, but yes, like she was right half the time. Like it was, but yeah, so it was the smells. My middle daughter, she used to hate the smell. Like she just associated it with negative things and was like, "Ew, you stink." And I was like, "It's a botanical flower." No, I don't. Like, but now in her older age, it took college for her. So she went to college and realized how many of her friends were partaking. And actually, funny enough, how many of her friends actually knew who her mother was, for her to start really appreciating cannabis. So now she's like, okay, I actually love the smell. So the association with it, was completely different between the two children. So the younger one associated it with helping people and medical patients, and the middle one more associated it with like addiction and like trauma. And but yeah, the sensory smells are really, I think, like, if you don't like the smell of weed, you're not going to want to be in the cannabis industry. If you do like
For
the smell, you're
sure.
drawn to it.
Yep, it's true. It's
Yeah.
definitely that sensory, that olfactory is definitely the thing that leads us throughout our lives. It connects directly to desire, and desire is the only thing that moves people. Without desire, like telling you, people don't move.
Yeah, and if
Go-
we think about it, I mean, even pheromones that people put off, right? Like we're attracted to certain people primarily because of the pheromones that they put off that we don't even necessarily recognize that we are actually picking up on that. So,
Totally. It's funny. My buddy was telling me recently, he's a hilarious character. He says he's attracted to women that often have like not stereotypical, but real mental health problems. He ends up in these fiery relationships with women that are like they either suffer from bipolar or they're manic depressive or and I'm not just saying like him saying this from like the armchair, like doctors saying that no, this is and he's dated like four or five of them in a row. And he's always like I think there's something that I can smell from them that I'm super attracted to. And it's the stories that he's told me have just been absolutely incredible. You gotta love love and how interesting it can be with different people. It's
yeah.
pretty
When I was in
wild.
high school, my science teacher let us all know from a very early age, like love is just a chemical reaction that happens in the brain. And once those chemicals stop producing the way they do for that bonding to happen, that's where a lot of people end up falling out of love, because it's that first initial high of the chemical reaction that happens in the brain because of the visual, but then also the smells, the different things they're attracted to. But yeah, so he would say, love's not real. It's all just a chemical reaction. And we was
Because
like, well,
he's a scientist that has only gotten to a certain level of perceivable reality. And when he breaks through, he'll realize there's so much more underneath. Like, did you see the middle pyramid recently? What they discovered with LIDAR under the center pyramid? 600-meter columns that could no way on Earth be built by human hands going straight into the earth under the pyramid. That's some crazy shit.
I actually just saw that the other day. Someone shared it with me because the date that they released it was actually my daughter's birthday.
Wow.
And I was like, what the fuck is this? Like,
I thought it was fake. I was like, this is fake. I was like, this is a good fake story. And I'm like, whoa, there's like a lot of like, is this fake? Like I started tripping out a little bit thinking there's no way that this could be real. But of course, I remember when they dug up those bloody heads on Easter Island and they had bodies. It was like, really, guys? Like you couldn't just use a shovel a little bit to see if it kept going down? But apparently, I don't know if it's real or not. I came to the conclusion that I thought it was real. It seemed pretty interesting that we're still making discoveries in 2025. Who knows what the next ones will yield? Maybe perhaps the history of Egypt, which has been marred in controversy, is indeed older than 6,000 years.
now how far back have they found that they've actually, because I know that in a lot of these old, ancient civilizations, they've actually recovered like hash oil and hash that are in the tombs and stuff. Does anybody know like how far back that actually goes? Just out of curiosity.
I know Sam would have known. I know that. Uh, DJ, what is it? Potent Ponics just said that it was a group in Italy that posted it, and it has not been confirmed with Egyptian authorities. But I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure I trust Egyptian authorities. But What a cool thing. Got to get out to the pyramids and check it out. Maybe eat some psychedelics. That'll be my the tool that I use to see if there's anything under the pyramids.
Yeah, I actually
Oof.
have an acquaintance that runs like tours throughout. Like he's made it his life passion to really get into all of the Egyptian culture and history and whatnot. So if you ever do make it out to Egypt, let me know and I will connect you because he can get into some of these more private tours to where you can go into like different rooms and such in smaller groups to not uh, miss any of the cool shit that normal people don't get to see.
Well, Grandmaster LED Thomas is saying it was fake and that his father-in-law researched it. Well, I have no idea what father-in-law research was, but it could be fake, it could be real. I have no bloody idea. I like the idea of it, and it certainly blew me away at the concept of it being possible. But I mean, the pyramids themselves are pretty impossible alone, so it's certainly that's interesting.
I just wanted to point out, wasn't Egypt one of the countries we were saying earlier?
Yes.
So yeah, may want to look into the laws before any traveling.
Yeah, for real. And so here's another question for those countries. Is it in the country or is it at the border? Like, I know the border is zero tolerance, but then if you go into the country, would it be the same zero tolerance? Like if you had your blood taken from inside the city when you got arrested driving a car or something, you're facing the death penalty still? Is that?
Very much, depending on what you're caught and what you're dealing with. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to risk
Unbelievable.
that.
Yeah, I never knew Egypt was a country that executed people. I had no idea for cannabis.
Yeah, well, it's a recent change in the country, and I mean, a lot of these you have to do serious, you know, um, drugs and serious time. But yeah, they have drug trafficking offenses that can lead to capital punishment, including cannabis in Egypt. So,
I
you know,
just see a story now. Britain faces death penalty in Egypt after conviction for drug smuggling. He got caught with 3 tons of flour. It's like, man, dude, it's the death penalty. He's like, listen, it's the death penalty. If I'm going to make this attempt, I'm going as big as I possibly can. I'm bringing in weight. It's like, I guess that's better than having a little piece of it stuck on your shorts from the night before when you were in Thailand.
Todd McCormick doesn't have a story about this. You would think he's tried.
Ooh, man, telling you.
I was just looking at the UAE because I was wondering if that was a no-fly zone. It seems like it is.
I couldn't believe that my friend flew through there recently, Colin. And he didn't know at all. I was just like, and he was leaving Thailand to go there before he came to Barcelona. So he was going Thailand, UAE, Barcelona. I was just like, dude. And this guy puffs tough, like so tough, like chronically from morning, noon till night. Definitely has the highest amounts in his bloodstream that you could have. And his layover in UAE wasn't just like 2 hours on a plane. He had like a day, I think, to get out of the airport. I know, Etienne, I'm telling you. Those facial expressions are classic. Absolutely mental. You know, I've asked Bingo Lombardi this question about 10 times. I still don't know if we've got the number for Ben, the guy who won the contest. Unbelievable. I got to figure
Mr.
this out.
Inya.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah,
gonna say, is that Ben Inya?
yeah,
That's
Ben Inya and Ryan making the jokes. He's like, don't you know who's Ben Inya, Bubble Man? I'm like, I might. Yeah, I can't see Bingo. I'm sorry, dude. If you could reply to that question again, that would be amazing. I just want to make sure I've got this guy's contact so I
You
don't end
you
the
know
show.
that Ben, like when he registered that email account, he was like, one day this is gonna pay off. Right. Today it paid off big for him.
It really did. Oh, he Discord messaged me. Okay, well, I'll check out my Discord.
Congratulations, Ben.
Yeah, March 23, 2025, the day Ben Inya arrived.
Truth, truth. Let's see. I got a couple. Oh, there he is. There's Ben.
Simpsons paid
Hey,
off.
brother. Send me your Addy. Awesome. I'm in touch with Ben. How good is
Are you
that?
sure that it's the real Beninya?
Well, it is. It is absolutely the real Ben Inya.
So you're in yet? Yeah. I'm not going there. Come on.
Don't do it. Don't do it. You 11-year-old boy, you.
And yeah, that's kind of what it comes off as to me.
I'm
Oh yeah,
feeling
you
it. The right
big
one.
Enya fan? Big Enya fan there, Colin?
Sail away, everyone.
And must be
Your
an end.
message just
That's awesome.
Hey y'all,
Well, we got,
I've got to jump. I'm getting weighed down. The paint out is wrapping up at the
dude,
moment.
look at how the day has changed for you. Just say a few more words. I've got you now on speaker
Yeah,
so we can see the sky.
let me stand here for a minute. But yeah, this is it. Like we'll get foggy mornings and it just turns into this full bliss here on the Eureka waterfront in Humboldt County. So we're on this little space called Woodley Island, and it's this little sleepy marina that is between the Samoa Peninsula and Eureka. It's just gorgeous.
Awesome, dude. No, it's so beautiful, man.
And like I
Oh,
said,
it's
CannaFest happens right over there, and it's just a super amazing event. So any of you that haven't been here, like we have got a little airport you can fly into, right into Arcata. That's like 15 minutes from here, and you could fly there from San Francisco, Los Angeles, and I even think Seattle. So you guys all please come out and hang out with us for Canny Fest. It's a good time.
What's the date on that?
That I don't remember. It's a fallish event though. And fall on the north coast here in California, we get offshore winds, so it gets really, really warm. And often we don't even get the morning fog because we're starting with morning offshore winds. And that's when our surf really fires too.
It's beautiful up there. Even a drive, like I flying in's cool, but I mean, even if you have to drive in, it's beautiful from every which way you come.
Yeah, exactly. Flying in from flying to Oakland, SFO, or even Santa Rosa, and you're gonna go. You get to cross the Golden Gate, and then you get vineyards and redwoods and rivers, and it's a truly an amazing drive.
So first weekend of August, Potent Ponix is saying.
Oh, good job. Thank you for that.
Yes,
Cool. Yes.
absolutely. Well, thanks
Yeah,
for
you
coming
guys.
out, dude. Really always
Yeah,
appreciate you spending some time with us, and maybe next time we can see your daughter's paintings.
yeah. Well, we'll see if we get that far.
Awesome.
But but that sounds great. We appreciate you all. Thank you, Marcus, for holding this platform and helping us share our voices from all over the world and bringing us together on a Sunday morning. Couldn't ask for much more. Thank you all.
Beautiful, Craig. We got another 55 minutes of Hash Church that we're going to blast through here. And yeah, what else? What else? What else? So many things going on at all times. I guess Spanibus being over, that's kind of a big end of an era kind of scene. And yeah, that CannaFest sounds pretty cool. I've never really been down that way. So hopefully August is potentially when I can get my waiver if I'm sure I will be able to get it as I'm not breaking any laws or um being a risk to the US in any way or whatever they say, being a threat to the US. I certainly don't think I'm much of a threat. So I am looking forward to going down to the US for the first time in almost 30 years. That was the last time I was down there,
If you drive
1998.
down and you come down the five right before Grants Pass, there's a road, I don't know the number, but it cuts across to Crescent City, California, which is like right on the coast, right above Eureka, Arcata area. And that last section of crazy gully is just incredible. It's like a beautiful drive down there.
All those sand dunes. I used to go up
Uh,
there.
you know, remember when I was up there in Bellingham, I called you. We were like, it feels like I'm close to you, Marcus. And you're like, yeah, man, I could like take a boat literally down to you guys. I think that should happen. We should meet up at Scotty's spot, do a sesh there, Mothership Glass.
I'd meet up out there. should check CANNA group up and go out.
Yeah. No, I'd love to go to CANNA. That sounds incredible. I love that flight up there.
Yeah, I used to live out there for actually 11 years, just about, or just over, and was up in the Emerald Triangle, Southern Humboldt mostly, Trinity for a year. I spent a lot of time Arcata, Eureka. They got a great seafood spot right behind where Craig was out there. Used to go.
Dude,
Yeah,
so you're the guide. You're gonna meet us there if we go.
I'd
You're
love
gonna
to
be the
show you.
guide. Yeah,
I'd
dude,
love
I
to
want to
show
see
you.
California with you, bro. Fucking A.
That's what I'd love. Go right into San Francisco and just drive up is the word, like Craig was
Just
saying.
smoking your piatella the whole way.
Let's go. Let's go. Show you some nice spots on the way up. We can go hug some redwood trees. I think that's what brought me out there when I first went was it was the redwoods. It was like went up and literally hugged the redwoods and cried. And I watched some of my friends come out do the same thing, come up, touch the tree, and have tears in their eyes. And that was I felt like it was like an Ewok forest, like Star Warsy small by nature, literally. So that kind of was what pulled me, and a lot of it was the redwoods. So you got to go see those. It'd be great.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, they're
100%.
so powerful up there. Like you can literally just feel it. Like I think that I had tears as well because for
Yeah.
anybody that hasn't been there, when he says he hugged the tree, no, you're hugging this much of a tree that's this fucking big, and just like the immensity of it, and just thinking about how old and the history they hold, and oh my God, I
Makes you
absolutely
feel,
love it.
yeah, you feel small in a good way, like
Yeah.
the good universal earthly reminder, but also
Dude, we could do
yeah,
a jar check right at those trees, man. We could do the redwood jar check.
It would be so cool. So you know the one that you can drive through, right? So they've got one that has a tunnel with the roots that come down and you can actually drive a car through it. We could rent that out for the jar check and just like set up a little light in there and a table in that like right beneath this giant tree.
isn't that yeah, that's where Kevin Jodry, or that's where, oh, what is it, Gangier folks or folks in there, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
got a
one log
name.
farm.
It's got
One
it's
log
got a
farm.
name.
One
Okay,
That
log farm.
there it
no,
is.
I'm talking about the tree. The tree's name is the chandelier tree, the one that you can drive through, the redwood.
I didn't
That's
know that. I always just called it the tree you could drive through.
it's the
Drive through.
one, it's in Leggett, California.
think
Right.
I
Yeah.
think so. It's been a
Yeah.
while since I've been there. They also have like the giant Sasquatch sign.
Oh yeah.
Talking
There-
about like the old Sasquatch sign.
There's a few really nice, beautiful groves. It's so worth just taking the drive and getting lost up there. I mean, even up in the hills, there's just there's so much incredibly beautiful stuff up there.
Are you coming on the tour, Ryan?
Yep.
Yeah, I'd like
Let's
to.
let's get it good.
Dude,
I'm
jar
down.
check with Bubble Man, Chimera, Best Friend Farms, cruising through California. Etienne's like, I'm on that fucking tour. What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, wait, what
We're all
about
on that tour. We'll get a bus.
Yeah, we need to get a bus and RV.
Actually, a friend of mine has Emerald Tours, so he actually has tour buses for us to roll and smoke in.
Oh wow.
Oh
If
shit, it's all
if
coming
you
together.
if you drive from Oregon, there's a big sign that says sweet cron, and it looks like it's supposed to say sweet corn,
Oh,
CRON,
nice.
and like everybody knows that fucking sign. And I'm surprised nobody made that a brand because it's hilarious.
Seriously. Dude, so many good folks in Oregon, like the Snodgrass family, Marcel Braun, glassblower, another great glassblower that I would definitely want to stop in on if I made a tour down through Oregon. So many
Yeah,
places to be, so little time.
It would take you months to do it right. It would take months. There's
yeah.
so much to see along the way.
I think we'll need more of a caravan as opposed to just like one van. We're gonna need to like caravan because everybody that we see on the way is gonna want to hop right on with us. So
Yeah, it'd be like hash tour.
yeah.
Yeah, we'll set up a farm tour, man. We'll go check out our homies in Mendocino grasslands. See what's up with Ian.
That'd be
You
great.
love Ian.
Was he in Spanibus? Is he like a dready guy?
No, Ian. I don't think was in Spanibus. He lives. I mean, his farm. I mean, Adam Donahue is a good friend of ours. He says it's like right on Murder Mountain. I've stayed there many times. I was like, oh, that's funny. I didn't didn't even compute to me that we were like directly on it. And he has a beautiful farm and grows beautiful herb there. He's really talented. He's been doing it since 94.
How
Um,
long has he been out there calling on that hill?
I think he's been out there since he was a kid. Him and Micah from Leaf grew up together. So if you know anyone who knows those guys, they've been, I got introduced to Ian through Adam, who is from Vermont and an East Coast guy. I knew him through the Soundtrap Sector 9 guys, actually. That's how I met him through the band. And we all became friends. And when I was going out to California a lot, him and I became pretty close. And I started going up to the farm a lot in the last, like, call it 5 years, I guess. And they just have a really amazing property that is super inspiring, just like the structures and the way they're growing the cannabis in general, and the way that they're doing their outdoors, like their environment is just like really perfect for them. So they're just so blessed, and the resin's amazing. I've been giving them actually seeds and some of my genetics to run, and it's been cool seeing the success that they've found in some of those lines that I've given them. So it's they're good guys, and then we can go see Craig. Craig's not too far from them, I believe.
Dude,
So
so many.
I have a
yeah.
big list too. When I was working with Jair for Gavita, I was the Northwest rep. So I would drive up and down from uh like Salinas about was like as far south as I would do, and then all the way up to the border of Canada. But yeah, like especially that spot, it is the most ideal spot to grow cannabis. It's
Yeah.
just it's amazing. Like you
Resin,
see it how it's supposed to be,
yeah, the resin they would give us, like we would buy all over the place, all over the state, man. And like their resin out of all, and I would buy 4,000 pounds at a time. So I saw a lot, you know what I mean, from a lot of different people.
Yeah.
So it was their resin really showed itself. It was really cool seeing as much as we saw over the span that we were there, because we got to see just lots of batches from different people and how they kind of saw it. And same clones, same nurseries sometimes, different farms, different locations. The terroir was like really struck me. And then their methods and how they chose to harvest, and then obviously transport, and all of it. It's not just the clones and selections, right? It's like, where are they placing it on the farm, where is it facing, geographically in terms of just northeast, south, etc.
Yeah,
So
you find these little microclimate areas that are
yeah.
just settled in just right. And then even just like their drying and curing alone. Had a
Totally.
conversation many years ago with somebody that we were trying to discuss like why do they have such amazing weed that comes out of there? Other than like the skill of the grower and whatnot, but there always just seems to be a little something extra.
Yeah.
And I think it's like these microclimate pockets, and then also being so close to the ocean and like where they're at in that vicinity, because then, as you're drying, you get like the ocean breeze coming off of there. And so there is like a certain amount of salt that is in the air that potentially helps with that cure process just to make it just a little bit different. And yeah, it's very
Yeah.
interesting.
The
I
dew point, I think is really interesting. That's really the thing that happened. That's what, being that close, that's what happens is the dew point allows the flower to cure in such a way. And I think that's commercially, I've seen more cannabis ruined post harvest than not. And I think that's,
100%.
in our
Yeah, you
industry,
see these
you know,
giant farms, and then like, where are you going to dry that? And they're like,
yeah,
what?
I mean,
In the
you
barn.
I
yeah,
think
and
that the,
side of that is like facilities with all this technology that is still falling flat on its face. You know what I mean? So like that's where, you know, that knowledge and that, or just even have the environment, as you're kind of, you said earlier, it's really important.
Yeah, a lot of these bigger places, like you were kind of hinting at, Colin, they're spending all this money to figure out how to like shave off 5 days off the drying time. And it's like, maybe you just shouldn't do that. Like there might be a reason. And they're like, no, but we've done like all these tests. And I went and toured a facility, and they had so much data that they were logging like every strain and every phenotype. Like what it registered at moisture day 4, day 5, like in 12-hour increments. And it was just like, how much are you spending logging all this? Like, just to shave more days off, like just keep it how it's supposed to be and make enough drying space. I don't know what to tell you. Like,
Yeah, a lot of people use moisture meters. I mean, I was guilty of this stuff too. I went super hard on like technology is going to drive me to where I needed the data and the parameters to be, but there's so much to take into consideration. Your phenotypes you're growing, the feeding schedules, the sugars. I mean, there's so much. I could just go on, and I think every batch is slightly different. And sure, data is like interesting and helpful. I do think that is definitely helpful. Data is important, but um, you know, Ryan and I were having a exchange this morning because I was asking him about these seeds that I had, and he wasn't sure if they were real. And then I showed him the packs. He's like, "Oh yeah, those are real." But then we started talking about numbers, and I think what you expressed, Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, 200 at a time or more is really what you want to be working with to really see a population. And that's really hard
Yeah,
for you to
it's
do.
just minimums. It's just I find most people are when they want to play big grower, but they want to still spend small closet grower seed purchases, right? And it's like if you're going to do it right on scale and you're going to be doing selections, I mean, you kind of have to throw down like, the least I would look at ever is from somebody else's 5 packs, right? Because it's just otherwise you don't get to see the inheritance patterns popping up in that first generation. That's why I call it pheno stumbling, not pheno hunting, right? Because at those small numbers, it's kind of like you're just subject to whatever plant is in your pack. Whereas if you buy 5 or 10 or 20 packs and you actually look through them, you can kind of see what the range of the phenotypes that exist in that hybrid cross are, right? Or at least you get a way wider look, and you can start making some conclusions about how true breeding the parents are, or like Marcus, like you were saying about Skittles, it's like you can actually see the variation that exists within the family line. So having done it that way when I was working at NAPRO and screening like large populations where every plant went to the laboratory, you'd clearly see the differences, right? So,
Yeah,
or the lines where there were few differences, right?
yeah.
I like to
So,
think I'm a pretty talented pheno stumbler. I definitely have never worked with the kind of space to be able to pop those numbers, although I have, visited spaces like that where I absolutely enjoyed it. But yeah, there's a lot of times where I can pull a really good something out of a 10 pack, but then there's a lot of times where even when it looks really good, I do realize that there is so much more potential that
well,
that's when
yeah, and
I'll
I'll
pop.
definitely.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you won't pull something good out of a 10, but if you grow from 100 and you actually have that same eye and you have a laboratory where you're collecting all that data in terms of like not only the terpene profile, but what's the terpene output of every plant, right? As well, and then you're layering on cannabinoid content too. It's like you can really get kind of down and dirty with your selections.
yeah, I mean, we do that and we only pop a pack or two, but we do all the chemo hunting as they call it. Like we have an orange photonics and we do everything in-house, like test every single phenotype like 10 times. And that's how we determine what we keep. And it's unfortunate we have to go for things that are above a certain tack, but that's just the way it is, unfortunately.
I know Brian does a lot of deep pheno hunting and really a lot of deep line work. And I'd like to kind of give you the stage here to kind of explain some of the things you've been working on because I've come up to your spot a bunch and I've seen the evolution from a lot of these lines like gas mask and even the smoothie that you've been doing, it's been getting better and better. And I know that, for you, you're selecting towards your environment and you have kind of a middle, not super high tech indoor, but it's tech enough that gives you the ability to really
Yeah.
push things. And you
Well,
have some of the power I've seen in the East Coast. So
oh, I thank you. That's amazing. I'm listening to here, just running back in, but like listening on when I came in, and I love what I'm hearing about like the deeper testing and looking for the analytics side is something that I'm, looking towards and interested in myself. But yeah, I'm at like a mid-scale small batch or, like middle of the range there between small and large. And I'm able to test populations. But even this morning, I was telling my lady that, about how it's limiting here versus the years out there. They were a little more road gray medical 215, but still able to test populations of my own work that were larger. Here, I just feel really like super grateful to find the phenols that I'm finding from the smaller groupings. But I think some of it lends into like the selective breeding technique that I use, and I pollinate by fingertip, and I don't make huge populations of seeds. Sometimes I run the numbers up for a type, but I basically limited by space or plant count number canopy here in Maine. But it's still wonderful to do this work. And yeah, like tracing some deeper lines back, I found some great results from actually that terroir you were just talking about with the resin. I was going to speak on that, where it's just drifted over from the from the west side rather of Southern Humboldt, which is like Panther Gap right off the ocean. And I did some breeding out there that came out great on the other side, which is the west side, Alder Point in Southern Humboldt. And they just have this great drying just after the coast comes in and dissipates, the ocean air just enough, but it influences. And yeah, basically bringing some genetics back here. And I immediately tested some out into the field and then brought them in. Even the strawberry, like today that I was the strawberry smoothie band, you mentioned citrus smoothie line. Yeah, so that was out there. That was actually on the same hill as the people you're talking about. So we were neighbors probably at some point. And Jacob came in with me, have hash, and brought in some gear that year. And actually, I isolated out. So this could kind of, I guess, like try to do it, not windy here, but like explain some of the lines that I'm doing. I isolated the strawberry out of the strawberry banana tangy work from strawberry fields out there, and basically stripped away the tangy sided and the stuff that went towards banana to bring in that strawberry profile that I used for the strawberry smoothie bands, even this new one. And basically Jacob's gear kind of like met mine as hash maker gear. That was about 9 years ago. And as a hash maker himself, kind of coming up, he brought some stuff in that was different from what I use, but I was able to like isolate profiles that were profound to me, out there as a breeder and a flower person, So basically I isolated, came out here, and this new strawberry smoothie bands I'm kind of talking about actually leaned back towards that strawberry isolation from there and brought it back in. And yeah, just kind of love pheno selecting. Definitely would like to have more range to see some more plant numbers to do so. And I think some of the isolated breeding projects where like the non-overproduction of seeds also gives me a very healthy population of seeds and a lot of maybe concentrated effort there, at least from the plant, to make the healthy seeds that will live again. Just a thought. So I was also going to, say I love the science side and I want to look into the analytic deeper, but I also would bring up the human side that I'm applying here, which this is kind of wraps up a lot of the talk about what I would term as like the art of selection has been handed to me back in the day. And I think that, it applies to the male selection, but then also the art of selection, which is very human, actually, from the field or from the work that we're doing, where each person will actually have different preferences for one thing into the art of selection, besides like standard boxes checked, health, vigor, resin check, other such things. So I like where both sides can meet in. I think in the middle range here, not huge, kind of add I love that. Like that for me is therapy also and art. And that's something that even with the analytical that I would choose and enjoy doing, like hobby passion with the hand pollinations and the small, batches to select from. So I like the meeting of the worlds.
I agree. I didn't realize you were out in Maine.
Yeah, I was born and raised here. Yeah.
No idea. I spent 5 years in Maine, and now you're talking about this strawberries. So strawberry is my absolute favorite. I am always striving. Strawberry and banana, separate and together, is always
Right.
something that I've sought after. So especially the strawberry, like as like a mood, like not even a it's like a mood uplifter. Like strawberry is so
Yeah.
great for like just the overall well-being of like a smile. So as far as therapeutic, like strawberry is amazing because it can just
Right on.
elevate your mood in such a way. And I don't know that a lot of people know that. But I've specifically hunted many strawberry varieties just for that. So
Yeah, it's not the easiest profile to isolate. Actually, it took the work to,
yeah.
to pull off the others around it, and obviously, like there's some deeper. Colin knows, I'm sure, a lot of strawberry profile that's pretty unique or exact. But I'd love to share some of mine with some folks here of some of my work and with you for strawberry lines or other things. So maybe some of us can talk. I'm not super techy, but I'd love to share with the people that make stuff happen, with and for other people too. And it goes out, to really good people and places.
Yeah, I'm not very techy either. So when you start touching on like that human influence and whatnot, everything that I've always done, it's just that. It's I'm going off of like my intuition is telling me like something will draw me to a certain variety. And my middle daughter actually is living in Maine. So
Okay.
I do have to come up there a couple times a year. I would absolutely
Shoot a
love
line
to.
out. Yeah. Love the link up, shoot a line out, and haven't seen Colin up here in a minute either. So that'd be great. And
Got a
anytime.
trip, man. It's been a minute. I've been so busy, but I've been thinking about you. We gotta find some time. Come up. Maybe I'll
Yeah.
come up like in the next month and see you.
That'd be great. And I can move too. I can come on down. We'll just figure it out. But email's there, Jen. So like you come around or whatever, Insta email, let me know. Anyone come around to Maine, see a nice spot up here, and you're welcome.
It's not amazing, guys. Like it's pretty cool. It's got
I would love that. And Colin, maybe since we weren't able to meet up this last week, like I really was looking forward to, maybe we can coordinate and we can just have a little
yeah.
main powwow up there. That would be
I
amazing.
love that, man. Maine's one of my It's I really wanted Maine to work for me, but it just wasn't in the cards. So here we are in New York.
Yeah,
Well,
I
that's
mean,
a good place to be. I can't wait to see what you got going there. Excited for you. And
Yeah.
Maine's awesome, but Maine's also, the winters are pretty long, and and it's just like anywhere, the ups and downs, but different ones.
No, but you have his spot is like looks out into, it's got a good vantage point and the farm, you have great greenhouses and
Oh,
you
thank you, man.
spend time putting the homestead together and it really shows. So I think that, for the viewers out there that don't know, Brian's got a really beautiful property he's put a lot of work into and grows some
Man,
really
thank you, Colin, man. It's been, I hadn't said much about it, but it's like, I bought in at the right time, actually, with a owner finance. I was fortunate back from Cali. I kind of struck a main connection name with the land person. I looked into an alternative route for real estate that was real Uncle Henry's in Maine, which Jen probably knows. And I met up with the realtor that ended up kind of, and I dropped the name, said, oh, that person's like family to me, So I got a great kind of interconnection with the land and bought it really cheap. It was a really messy clear cut, actually, that none of the neighbors wanted, because in Maine, the wood is the most valuable thing in terms of, the elders and the way, even today, but where, Maine landowners from generational, through generations have valued their white pine, especially, but good hardwood. So when that got plucked, it was actually kind of a really messy job. They just stripped the wood, came in, and were rude about it, kind of, and messy. So anyway, I picked it up cheap, and none of this was here. Even where you've seen the view, there was actually trees out front, that were regrow or hard to see it, but it was a matter of kind of literally seeing through the trees, which orientation the sun comes up in, and a lot of work to also move the water around. It was a very marshy property. So that was another factor people didn't want to buy. But I had learned out in Costa Rica about building swales and swaling the water into the two ponds that I have here are kind of closed loop in an essence to pull the moisture away from the grow field. So like, thank you. And a lot of just every year kind of whatever I could come up with this work. And I'm so thankful to the plant. This is literally cannabis farmstead that built itself on the back and front of cannabis, and the love for the plant and what it gave back. And it hasn't been too much, but it's also been enough. So keeps me working at it all the time, and what I can get, comes back in and definitely feels wealthy either way. But a lot of work and not as much money, but it's a beautiful spot especially for cannabis. The orientation seems to be really good for that, and that was key.
Yeah. Well, definitely shows, man. The herb's good. The resin's like
Yeah, thank you.
It's all contemporary. It's where it needs to be. Perfect, man.
Dude, thank
Thank you.
God for people like you doing the good work. I'm not gonna lie.
Thank God for
Ah,
you bringing us
dude,
all together.
I'm telling you, going to Spain and just seeing so much incredible resin, meeting so many incredible growers, it's absolutely was a blessing. I want to shout out our sponsors again. A big shout out to CANNA Nutrients. Cat is just awesome, and the whole team over there has been amazing. We actually have a special show next week that they're also sponsoring, where we're going to have Justin Conway, the VP of Transformation from CANNA Biotech, which is a company on the East Coast here in Canada. Not quite the East Coast, but in Quebec. And Issam Ben Moussa, a PhD. He's VP of Production Experimentation at CANNA Biotech. And CANNA is a company that I dealt with here in Canada when I started doing the hash hits and the pure hash joints under the company Embark. And we were getting, we were buying biomass from a variety of people, but and there's very specific biomass required when you're creating hash products out of dry sift. It's not an easy product. Most people's dry sift is utterly and completely just garbage, i.e. the material you use to make the dry sift. And CANNA was really one of the first companies that we started getting dry sift from, that was a larger company that was able to grow a lot of biomass, and they were able to produce a really nice flour and trim for us that we were able to make really nice hash. So those guys are going to be coming on next week. We're going to have a big conversation with them. I'm hoping Ryan Lee is going to be around for that conversation, as well as Dr. Mark. It'll probably go pretty deep in into the scientific realms. So shout out to them. And then I also wanted to shout out Puffco for always lacing us up, taking care of everyone. I'm sure you're going to be sorted out, Colin. Don't worry about it. Yes, Jen, I'll introduce you to the good team at Puffco as well. They're super supporters of Hash Church. They always have been. And we're just happy to have them as a sponsor. So shout out to them, and shout out to Bubble Bags. When you need to turn those heads, get those heads off of that plant matter, the bags will do the job for you if you let them. I always told people, don't buy these bags if you're going to put them under your bed and never use them. Because I had one guy tell me that early on when I was selling them in the late 90s to early 2000s. And some guy was online going, those biggest waste of money I ever. And I was like, well, what was a waste of money? And then he literally was like, well, I threw them under my bed and I just never used them. And I'm like, okay, so you're the reason why those bags were such a waste of money. So yeah, they're only worthwhile if you're actually going to use them. I know most of the people on this panel have definitely used them, or a type of bag somewhat like them. And that's what sort of connects us, this hash making. I was not a hash maker. I fiddled with dry sift prior, in the 90s. I fiddled with it, but I wouldn't consider myself really a hash maker until I got the bags. And then I was obsessed with making hash as often as I could. And it became it really did become a full-blown obsession. Thank God I don't have to make it quite as much anymore, because it is quite laborious, especially when you're running like 40 to 80,000 fresh frozen grams at a time. And you got to make sure that that your freeze dryers aren't going to bottleneck you, and maybe one out of no one in a somewhat commercial hash producing. I say commercial, it doesn't have to be huge, but I see the main problem with hash making seems to always fall on the freeze dryer technology. If anyone's watching, if Hash Church has ever really helped direct our community dash industry, please, would someone, for God's sakes, make a super high quality freeze dryer that you can rely on, that has proper relays, that has proper internal components, that doesn't cost $485,000. Because I will say the pharmaceutical industry has lyophilization ovens that would melt your head. They are literally like $3 to $4 million, but that's not realistic for the cannabis industry. We need something that's like a $4 to $5,000 maximum, ideally with a scrollless pump, to be able to do that job. Now, I know Jen is smiling and she loves to air dry, and I love to air dry. I think air drying is amazing, and I hope people never stop doing it. Um, I think that from a commercial standpoint, when you're drying, 5 kilos a day or something, it does come in handy to have a lyophilization oven that you have set up with proper parameters so that you're not blasting out your terpenes. There's got to be a technology out there that can be created that allows for the volatile aromatic compounds to be preserved while still reducing the moisture content of the hash in a way that makes it safe for sitting on shelves, and stability tests for export as well. I don't know if you guys have that down in the US, but when we want to export things, my goodness, it is an extremely insane, like a stability test can be a 6 month plus test that might cost you $30,000 just for a single SKU to make sure if that product can sit for that amount of time without, changing a certain percentage of its texture or um, uh, metrics on the cannabinoids and terpenes.
So
You must have. Oh, go
the
ahead,
other
Jen.
reason the other reason I was smiling right there, Marcus, is because I'm in Utah right now, and Harvest Right is based out of Utah. So
Really?
yeah, so I've actually considered like seeing if I could set up a meeting with somebody in their departments to actually go have a sit down and kind of discuss some of their stuff. I did see something that they were hiring for freeze freeze dryer techs to do the repair. So I also considered like taking one for the team to see if I could go work there for a couple months to learn how to not only like repair all the freeze dryers, but see if I could get to the person that I would be able to have this conversation with, you know?
That would
Yeah,
be awesome.
when I got to Utah, my freeze dryer had been having all of these fucking problems from the day that I got it. And so once my freeze dryer was here in Utah, my mother actually was a damn sweetheart and took it to the Harvest Right Center and had them hands on fix it themselves. Um, but yeah, so I find it funny because I drive past it on the freeway all the time and I'm like, I need to talk to them. Like, we got business.
They
But
definitely need to have some good consultants speak to them. Absolutely. I mean, listen, I will say this about the freeze dryers from Harvest Right. I ran hundreds of kilos of hash through those Harvest Right freeze dryers, and people enjoyed it. It was enjoyable hash. Could they do better? Absolutely, and hopefully they will. I mean, keep in mind, Fletch was telling the story just a couple weeks ago on how he started really turning them on to that 40 Fahrenheit temp shelf. Before, it was like the lowest temp on that shelf was like 100 or 120 or something. So it's just like you couldn't even use it for cannabis. So at least we know they listen. They have to absolutely acknowledge the metrics of what percentage of their freeze dryers are being sold into the cannabis industry right now, because it's definitely noticeable. There's no way more people are lyophilizing Skittles fucking candies than there are people lyophilizing cannabis resin. So pretty insane when you think about it.
yeah, I think that their business actually got really big because Utah is obviously predominantly a Mormon state. And one of the things that the Mormons are very, very good at is their food storage and their preparations to make sure that, if anything happens, they have all of that. So that is why Harvest Right was established here, was to help all of these Mormon families that are freeze drying for food storage.
Sure.
So
Makes sense. That's awesome. I bet you there's more of us though.
I bet there is now for sure. Can you imagine if I went in for a job and gave them my resume?
You're like,
I'm
hey,
like,
what's up? I like air
I've
drying
fixed these.
hash.
Yeah, I've fixed these numerous times. Like,
Oh yeah, it's more times than I can even acknowledge how many times I was on. That's why when I hear people like, I know that I must just be living it. I know there's multiple realities, and for whatever reason, those can be, it's almost like depending on what you're saying, how you say it. But for me, because I talked to them so much when I was running Embark, that we were making hash 5 days a week consistently. And so, you know, 40 kilos a month or whatever, it was a good amount. And we did that for a couple of years. We made some kilos for sure. It I never found them that difficult to deal with. It was often like you paid the $40, boom, now you're in with a technician. Most of the times I had good technicians. Eventually I met, one that I liked and I would request him and wait happily. He was an older gentleman. And that was fine as well. It was always like, okay, it was simple, right? This thing's just plug and play. It just has these motherboards and these components, relay switches that you can just pull out and replace. Now, sometimes you had to replace maybe the screen or, there was other things that went on it, but the majority of the components were like motherboards or relays or other such things. I lucked out personally. We maintained ours and monitored them pretty strongly, and we never lost a batch. We never had a relay blow and heat up all of our shelving units to the point where the hash got cooked. Now, I did see photos of that happening to people, and it was always a worry for me. We also never had oil pumps that polluted and contaminated in all the hash. We had one oil pump that went in and ruined a little bit of 220 and 190, which was like an eye opener to, even though it was below the table, because that was another thing, like putting it up on the table next to the harvest right it was always a better idea to have like a foot to 2 feet of hose that it would have to go up directly. So we got onto the scroll pumps early when we learned that. So for the most part, harvest rights were good to me. Although the lab Concos and some of the other units that we tried were maybe more advanced, um, I still found the consistency of the harvest right. Now, the harvest rights, for instance, freeze, whereas the lab Concos do not. So you have to freeze your trays before you put them into a lab Conco, whereas a harvest right is a freezer. You get it up to -20, and then you put your trays in, and it stays cool as well as vacuumed. So just the simplicity for my, for the ability to, well, first of all, if you look at the market and you think, because we're all the same on this panel in the sense that we love quality and purity and we want the best. But if you look at the metrics and the numbers of who's buying cannabis, we are the minority. We are such the minority, it's not even funny. And that's why, when Samantha's like, why do these companies do this, this, and this? It's like, well, because they own 80% of the market. That's why they do it. Now, do they own quality and purity and awesomeness? No, they do not. But they absolutely own floor sweepings, distillate, and botanical terps. And they're the number one brand in everyone's state and in everyone's country. I know, I shake my head at it as well. But you have to understand that, like, we don't listen to the customer. We try to get the customer to bend the knee to what we think is best. Whereas those companies give the customers exactly what they want, which is bunk, mediocre, well-priced, high THC products. And so that is the demon that I fight on the regular when it comes to being involved in the legal market and and what I bring to the legal market, because the majority of what I bring to the legal market is for the minority, the minutia, the tiniest percentage of people. Whereas there's, for my product like hash hits, that one's a little more broad. It would I call it like a top quality? It's like, no, it's like 30%, 35% THC. It's not some bomb ass melty hash. But it's convenient, and a lot of mainstream cannabis users really like the aspect of that convenience. Do I feel like I sold out on quality to make that product? No. I feel like I want to touch more people than the 1% of people that buy extracts versus, if I can access a small percentage of people from the pre-rolled joint market, by selling them a hash hit, which is still this oral fixation between your fingers and a lighter, well, then I'll do that, And it's been a hard kind of lesson from 20 years ago, being like, everyone has to smoke full melt. It's the greatest thing there is. To people being like, but I just like smoking mediocre joints out of thick paper wrapped in big swabs of glue. And I've learned to somehow support that as well.
But I
It's not
like beaver
easy.
terps.
You like what?
I like beaver terps. Give me more
Oh,
beaver Enos
fuck. The
terps,
beaver
man. Come
terps.
on.
Yes. 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 It's true. Ah, it's
Like
hard.
strawberry.
It's hard.
Is that in the glue, ATN? Is that where I thought that was vanilla extract.
No, exactly. It's the flavored botanical terpenes that he's talking about. The
Uh,
synthetic ones. A lot of them were from like those raspberry flavors and blackberry, vanilla,
Strawberry.
and strawberry. There's like half a dozen of them that come from the whatever that thing is called next to
anal
the beaver's ass.
excretion.
Yeah, well, it's a gland it's not actually coming out of its ass, but yeah, it's a little bit
An anal
disturbing.
gland.
I would go with the natural phyto-produced aromatic volatiles over those particular ones. I think. Yeah, absolutely. Well, we got 13 minutes left, and I do have a hard stop at 1 p.m. PST today because I'm going to take my son up to Squamish and watch him jump on the trampoline with his friends at the Air House. So that should be fun. For any of you that are in Squamish, come see me. I'm doing a jar check while I'll be there. I'm It's going to be bad. It's going to
You're
happen
jar checking
everywhere.
everywhere. You're gonna be. I'm at the grocery. I'm jar
I'll be
checking.
like, I'm taking a flight to Manitoba. If you want to jump on that flight and show me your jars, then they'll be talking about the flight that got grounded from too much smell, nauseous gases that were released into the plane. I'll end up on a no-fly
Others
list,
to say, is that skunk?
right? It smells like 1-butane thiol 1.
So I hate to cut out a whole 12 minutes early, but I definitely need
Don't you
to.
dare.
So can I?
Thanks for coming on, Jen. We appreciate your perspective and you sharing with us as always. And tons of people were saying hi to you in the chat room. I don't know if you guys followed the YouTube chat room, but it's good to do because there is, I want to say, a couple hundred, 300 or 400 people in there right now, and they're just listening to us chat about whatever we're chatting. So thank you, Jen Doe. As always, we appreciate having you, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you guys.
Let us know when you're back on this coast.
I absolutely will. I may have a couple little things in the works. So at the
Sweet.
very least, I have a daughter that I need to go visit in Maine fairly soon. But
Come on
I'll
up.
I'll be back, you know. So.
Yeah, that's awesome. I gotta say, I'm not ready for my children to move out of the province that I live in. I'm like, ooh, my wife would not fare well with that either. That would be like a lot of trips.
Yeah, she was back here in Utah for a year after she graduated college. We all kind of came back here, but her boyfriend and all of her college friends are out there. So she actually is even deeper than we were. We were just like 45 minutes northeast of Portland. She actually lives like up like as far east as you can go. I think she's in like Lubeck area. So
Oh, wow.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, so I'll be up to visit for sure. And I love you all. And thank you always for allowing me to participate. It's a true honor to be able to share this space with everybody. So have a wonderful, wonderful day. Anybody in the chat, I'm sorry if I don't catch you. I try and glance in there every once in a while, but yeah. So thank you.
Cheers. Listen, guys, make sure you follow. There's a premiere on the channel right now. I think I made it for Tuesday at 4:20, and it's going to be David's celebration of life that we did in Amsterdam. If you want to see those few people that stood up and spoke and a little bit of chatting, I uploaded it onto my channel. I did that for the reason that if Diana wanted to, or any of the daughters, or the granddaughter Sienna, or any of the people that were there, like Soma and Chimera and Simon and Eddie or whoever, it's a great place for us to be able to come while it's premiering. We can all be in the chat room of the YouTube chat room and sort of, talking about it from our perspective.
That's beautiful. I did catch a couple clips of that, and it was beautiful to hear and to see everybody standing up there, you know. So yes, thank you for sharing clips from your guys' journey for those of us that couldn't make it.
Absolutely. And for certain, that is not a problem. I'm looking forward to next week's Hash Church, but I'm also looking forward to maybe one last puff on this week's Hash Church. Throw it on speaker or gallery so we can all be seen. And let's get our little pipas. Ooh, I think I'm gonna smoke some of this. I don't know. I keep calling it black cherry punch, but I don't think that's what it is. But my buddy Dan gave it to me, and it is so stinky and flavorful and beautiful. Remember when rosin first came out and the BHO guys were like, "Oh, you're gonna blast off all the terps. You can't press rosin at that temperature. Like it's all gonna be gone. You're gonna absolutely destroy it." Has
Yep.
anyone ever been more wrong in the history of cannabis? That's like on some DEA level wrong shit. Like you were wrong, bro. I'm sorry. It tastes good. Yes, we've learned to press it at much lower temperatures, but even still, 160,
The tech
170
has
degrees.
come a long, long way.
It really has. I would agree with that, Samantha. Ooh, that's a nice fat triangle blob you got there, Brian.
This is some Piatella. This is a new one. And this is,
Mm.
a 120 bag on this guy. And it's my G band. So GMO gas mask by my 207 headband that I can't wait to share with Colin when I see him. Super
Really?
loud. One little tiny jar. I'll show you the melt actually. So this is a cool jar because it came out really nice and almost like kicked up shine on it from just the first whipping, and then into cure where it's got that shine on it. And then this is just like a little whipped up. I beat up a piece here for dabbing.
Is that a single dab on that dabber that you're gonna dab?
Yeah, I'm gonna go at it. I'm gonna go into to Meltville
You
here.
you you gotta hit that. What temperature will you hit that on so you can dab the entire thing?
I have to admit, I am actually going analog on it. So I go cold start. Is how I'm doing. I hit it different.
That's smart.
So it's just preferable for how I'm hitting it. So I use the torch. So I go cold start and then I just kind of ease it in. So I would actually guess, Marcus, mine are more like a 450. Might even be like 450 high, 4 to 450, just to get the melt in. I see a little bit of vapor. And I like to even get like a lighter vapor hit off the first cold start. And then I'll just go back in with like a little tease of heat to kick it up there after once or twice.
Dude,
I get my
proper.
steamer on the second one. I get great terps and I avoid the char taste at all or any char. But yeah, so I kind of go in twice. The first one's the taster, the second one's the smasher.
That's kind of the only way to hit a dab that size, in my opinion. Because if you're hitting it too hard, that you're boiling the oil too hot, it's just not going to be quite as enjoyable. So I do love the focus and the desire to get the best taste that you can possibly get from a fat dab like that.
Definitely about the taste and then, effect to follow. So
Yeah, cold starts. Cold starts. I mean, really, that's what a Puffco is, right? You're cold starting each time you hit it. You fucking, there's definitely something to be said for. What I like about cold starting with bangers is that you can heat it up, take your first rip. You know it's gonna get cooled down. You get that super flavorful rip, and then it's just a matter of like, yeah, bringing it up to that temperature again. A little shot of the. Although I will say, since I got this damn universal heater, my torch has been collecting dust.
I bet.
Between the universal heater and a working proper portable unit like this one.
I think those Puffcos actually the way they heat around and with the bucket that bucket tech, Neil. I think those are some of the best melt devices there are, like the proxy.
Dude.
I had a proxy. I'm not techie, so like my proxy's sitting in the shelf up here and my Peak Pro. So I'll talk to Colin about if he gets results. I love the units when I had them working. And I would actually like recommend outward for this Piatella style that I'm doing and the soft melt in that they clean out quite well, with easy enough. And I love the way it eases the melt in with, on low setting basically and hit it a couple times, not too much, but a couple times.
I can't. I think the Nazi is like it's the perfect inflection point. I remember when I was going to the Legends of Hash, the third one, I was about to pack my bags and I ended up picking I've told this story before, I picked the Puffco because the 3D chamber came in the mail and I just didn't want to bring all my bangers with me. And it hit beautifully, like in a way that I was not really expecting. And I love the app that they have because you can kind of tune the vapor and the way that it heats up. And I think that's really very important in terms of the different types of melt that you might have access to.
Yeah,
So
that's the Path browser. The Path
yeah, I
browser.
really think that's really important. It's like, I'm just super nerdy with it all because I'm really all about olfactory and the sensory, right? So that's what I'm chasing at like perfect inflection point and that fleeting moment, kind of like harmonics, where it all kind of just happens for that second. And I think that experience, if you can pass it on to others, it's not just about the hash, it's sometimes also about how are you using it and at what temperature you're using it at. So it's I don't know. I just get excited about that, when you're session with someone, you're like, oh, try it at this temperature though. And they're like, oh, I didn't taste that flavor. And you're like, see, because when you taste it at this particular, temperature, you can't taste it because it just, it combusts, because all these things have different boiling points. So I
Well, you
think,
know what? I'll say one thing about that group Puffco is that they have been so successful that
yeah.
they are really willing to put money into R&D. And I suspect the things we come down the pipeline in the next 5+ years from that company will be, I mean, listen, they know they're in the lead. They know they have people trying to nip at their heels the best they can. So they're inspiring a whole other range of technologies that will be coming out. But plus, they're working on their own and they do truly hire the highest level, the highest caliber of people whose work relies on actual merit of
Yeah.
what they do. That is
It shows. Like even I'm sending my piece
it
back.
can't be easy to just make something like this. Like I look at the world always blown away, like I'll just look at all the buildings in Europe and all the planes and the craziest shit that we've invented, but it's like, dude, I can't imagine something like this existing like 25 years ago when I was like younger, just having access to something like this. Now I almost take it for granted. Roll around with it in my pocket. It's super chill. I puffed out of this the whole time I was in Barcelona and Amsterdam, and then just cleaned it with a little bit of hot water and alcohol, ethanol actually, Skunkman Sam's ethanol. Um, I cleaned it up at his house, and it was as clean as a whistle and ready for travel. Um, Hopefully one day though, when cannabis is a little more legal worldwide, getting caught with a dirty pipe or some seeds or clearly something you're not trying to smuggle, it just shouldn't even be a fine. It should definitely not be like, oh, now we're going to stamp this person with making sure we tear them apart at every border, which is what Dragonfly Josh was telling me that he accidentally got caught with some seeds coming home from an event one time, and that now it's like not only him, but like his kids and his like people that he's a known traveler with also get it. And it's just like, holy shit, man. I get zero tolerance, but what? Like, oh, you caught me with 3 seeds in some package. I can't believe that I still have to go over how many hours of cleaning my bags before I leave Europe to make sure that if I do somehow get pulled in, which I very, very rarely do, more like 1 in 6 or 7 years, that I don't accidentally have something that someone gave me. And this time I found a piece of black Afghan hash. And I remember the guy that gave it to me said, Steve the Nose said this was the best Afghani hash he's seen in 20 years. But he gave it to me with no like packaging of any sort. So I just put it in my pocket and it got stuck in my pocket. And I was going through my pants and pulling all my pockets inside out. And I found that piece of hash. I believe I gave it to Bud Resin. He was in the chat room earlier. Not sure if he's still here. Anyway, I've broken my own rule. I've gone over my hard stop at 1 p.m. I'm an utter and complete failure. I hate to say it, but thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you, Samantha, for being a first time hash
Oh,
churcher and
thanks
coming
for
and
having
sharing.
me. It was
Yeah,
fun.
yeah, coming and sharing some stories with us and letting us know
Yeah.
what you're up to there. And of course,
Yeah.
Thank everybody else at CAN for the amazing work that you're doing now with abolishing the death penalty for cannabis. That cannot be, you got to think people that are pro the death penalty for cannabis are probably a difficult lot to talk to. They can't be the easiest group to be like, this is not the choir that Etienne is dealing with. In fact, I would go out on a limb and say it might be the furthest thing from the choir when we say preaching to the choir that you possibly could preach to. So thank you for that,
Daggers.
Etienne.
Daggers. Lots of daggers.
They're just like,
Lots,
maybe we could catch this guy with
lots
weed in
of-
a country and execute him.
Pretty much. That's the look of, oh, we could kill you. Yeah, it sucks.
Jesus. I'm sorry
Nice to meet you guys all. And yeah, I'll see you soon, hopefully.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Colin. Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Ryan Lee. Thanks, Skunk Man Sam. You'll always be with us, my brother. May the full melt bless your bowls sooner than later. I would say peace out for now. See you next week. Thank you, Canna and Puffco and Bubble Bags. Peace out.